What's up, mother? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. We're here.
What's up, squishies?
How's my lamp? I bumped into my lamp at some point. Like, I fixed this morning, and then it was already... Hi, everybody.
Woo woo! It's squishing time.
It's squishing time? That's the phrase?
Squishing time.
Oh, man. Been here since the first
Yeah,
part?
Bone
Is this
Fairy.
your first live? That's crazy.
That was your very first live?
They've been watching since part 1. Ooh, this is wrong. That's the wrong tool. You're gonna find it crazy how much gets cut out. Like, how much we just kind of, like, goof off. It's a different experience live.
Yeah, some kids are bad.
Like, even at this point where I'm letting the editors keep a lot more in, like, about 60% of the stream gets cut out for the edited videos. How am I today?
For real.
Oh, you're at the 70% of the story, basically. That's crazy.
I am?
Yeah, I'm tired is how I am. But I'll be okay. I'm very excited about this part. I'm just tired.
You know what? I'm not. And I didn't sleep until 3:30 in the morning because of my existential crisis.
That is cool. That was a cool move of yours.
Sometimes you gotta have an existential crisis.
Sometimes you have to. This is your favorite part of the story? Interesting. I'll say, this is not my favorite part of the story. Too? Yeah, Dressrosa is not my favorite part of the story. However, this stretch is insanely iconic. There's so many insanely iconic little panels throughout this that I was realizing when you were talking about what you'd read.
I adore. Oh no, they already know what I chose as the drawing.
Oh yeah, no, it's not a hard guessing game this time.
This person, ouch, that thumbnail is making me tear up. I was trying to choose what I wanted drawn, and there was really only a couple of choices that I was like, yes, for sure.
Which I think is crazy because I think the density of iconic panels here is wild. Yeah.
I had like 9 ones that I liked. Whoa. Thank you for your sub, amor.
Your one sub? Ooh, I should take off my little ear, buddy.
Stream starts at 11:30. Woo woo. Yeah, whoop, whoop. The drawing is gonna be. What's the word?
What's that word again?
What's that word? I'm trying to remember the word about this drawing. Right. Depressing.
Remember to show the gifts? Oh yeah, we were going to show our gifts. Should we do that quick? We open the gifts live for patrons, but everyone gets to see them. The gifts that we get sent to our PO box that you can see if you...
Remember to make yourself bigger first so that everyone can see them.
Yeah, let's do that. We now have big drock mode. That's a thing we added to the infrastructure. Whoop. Hi, everybody. I'm not a tiny thumbnail anymore.
Oh my god, it's you, Drock,
so
you're big.
We were sent these beautiful stickers by our editor, Cricket. You can buy these stickers. Cricket has a store. They are amazing. They're very cute. I don't know how to show them off well. I'm not going through all of them this time, but they're very cute. Now, you might be wondering, are these my stickers? No, these stickers are for Mama only. My stickers are elsewhere. My stickers have a job. That job is... I play Magic the Gathering, and I have a lot of deck boxes, and I need a way to tell them apart at a glance.
For instance, I love that.
This is my sword deck. Because he's a sword boy who likes swords.
That's... Oh, look at you, you cheeky thing. I see you, Jormank.
And this one is a treasure deck.
Oh.
So I'm already making use out of these stickers.
That's incredible. I love this.
Those are the two that fit the best. I'm not going to show the rest of them because they all get a lot less so directly appropriate. Next, we were sent a beautiful shirt for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, high fashion shirt.
Yeah, it's the worst. Oh my god, there he is again. Oh god. Red Potato!
Yeah, Red Potato sent Mama an incredible, beautiful shirt.
I just knew it. Like, how could it not happen?
And
I
then
just
the last thing that came in was from someone living in Japan with a not Japanese name, which is a little action figure,
that's so
a
sad.
little figure of Portgas D Ace with swappable limbs and head and foot that you can give him fire or a little pointy finger, make him wear a hat or make him not wear a hat. So that's gonna
I've
live on his
already
desk.
I have already oh, that's are you telling me you think my very first time revealing myself should be sporting a pearl shirt?
That's very funny. That is very funny.
Jelly, whole not included. Jelly, you are rotten.
Let me tell you, I think the first time you reveal yourself has to be wearing a pearl shirt unless you get sent a better shirt.
Given your whole Luffy is a sun god, why do you think that Kazera uses attacks named after the 3 imperial treasures of the Amaterasu?
I mean, probably because he's made of light.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess. Yep. I
Um,
think if a
I
fan
already,
gets you a better shirt, you don't have to wear that one when you reveal yourself.
I'm already gonna put a little boxy thing up like that's. I'll get back to your thing, Haberfax. I'm gonna take a picture of it so I can talk about it later.
Read for the boy.
But
Dog Cam
no,
died. Oh no.
no, that's not a problem. That's not a thing. Whoop. Boom. I've already got a little shelf set up waiting for my ace to come to me. I'm trying to remember where that person was from.
They were from place in Japan.
You are killing me.
It's
He
like,
got
what
rid
the
of push-ups for today.
Yeah, I got rid of push-ups for today. They got a bit intrusive last time. Next time they'll be back because I'll set up Bluetooth earbuds so that I can be wireless and they won't be as intrusive because then Mama can continue. And you know what?
Katsukura.
What if in an apology for not having them on today, I up the limit from 10 to 20 for next stream?
Whoa, 20 is a bit ridiculous.
I mean, 20 is only 100 push-ups.
I'm talking about for me.
Yeah, but if it's wireless, you can keep talking.
I suppose.
That's why I'm thinking it'll do it.
I finally have enough for 2 deletes or 1 add a Bellamy.
Ooh, what will the cooldown be? 10 minutes? 10-minute cooldown?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. I was reading this and you know what I thought?
What'd you think?
Such good stuff. This is like
This is a good stretch, isn't it? Post times gets hit in its stride.
This is a wicked arc. And Cora, top drawer.
Top drawer. We're getting into it now. Cora's high tier. Cora's high tier.
I hope you have to pet the boy. I hope we're getting into it. I'm 70% of the way in. Didn't you just see that?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, post time skip until now, I feel like doesn't live up to pre-time skip, but now you're like, okay, no, Oda's cooking. I get you.
Yeah. I'm very excited. So, who's ready for God Usopp? What?
Oh,
when
yeah,
did that happen?
Yeah. We need a quick flashback of way back to like episode 2 when you saw people say, or episode 1 when you saw people being like, Usopp is our god. No, it was 2. It was 2 because we had more chatters then. And people were like, Usopp is our god. And you were like, Usopp won't be a god.
Yeah.
This wasn't 2. It was 2 people said it. And like episode 3 or 4, you came around to the idea of like, Luffy's a god. Usopp will never be a god.
Thank you, Dusty.
Thank you, Dusty.
Yeah, I get a purple mushroom for it.
Hell yeah.
Even though, if I'm going to be honest,
Purple mushroom for saying
That
Usopp will never be a god.
he ain't no real god. Although, whether he's a god or not, and everyone wants him to be a god, I can't wait to get into his sniper ripering. Like that shit was epic.
We got some shit to talk about today.
Also, I'm pretty excited about getting that one wrong because that purple mushroom is a good thing.
Yeah, the purple mushroom animation. I mean, we can play it real quick. This won't be the version of it that gets animated in because that'll be put over.
Just show everyone again because it's just so good. It's
thunder and
look
stuff.
at it. And it leaks and oozes all the green goodness. It's so good.
It does. It's so good.
Oh, I love that thing. I'm not gonna lie. The person that made it is a genius. What's their name again? Whoa!
Santi.
Thank you, Parker Scott. That's very generous.
Ooh, 5 subs. Thank you so much. It does look squishy. It
Oh,
looks so squishy.
it really. It looks like if you squished it, it would just like ooze
The
out
content
green
tax,
goodness.
thank you so much. It's that honestly means a ton. If you can afford to support, supporting is so meaningful.
It is so meaningful. Okay.
Robin,
Where
yeah,
to
did
start?
Robin die or did Robin not die? I feel like Robin did something worse than dying here.
Robin didn't die.
Yeah, it was worse.
It
Significantly
was
worse.
more like she just minorly disappeared. Why we gotta be so weird about that? In
Do
the
you want to
beginning,
read, when we do Law's flashback, do you want to read Cricket's speech about Rocinante?
are you sending it to me?
I mean, when we get there.
You could send it to me early, and then I
Oh
can.
my god, a woman only dies when she's forgotten. She did
Oh
die.
God, that is not wrong. I mean, come on, but yeah.
There is the philosophical idea that your true death is the last time your name is spoken to mean you, like the last time you are
Oh
referenced.
God,
And
shut up!
Robin kind of briefly did go through the true death.
Oh my Lord! You
What?
did you not hear that I had an existential crisis last night? I don't need this shit.
Talking about philosophy as we do on our channel.
Save your wild craziness for another time. I'm in the middle of an existential crisis. I don't have the bandwidth for your craziness. Okay, let's go into here. I'm going to pull it up inside of the colored area. I'm just trying to remember where I started because oh, look at that. Someone put it up. 732. Thanks. That was very helpful of you.
732 to 767 is the stretch we're working on.
We read 732 on the
Yeah, we did. We're still talking about it today though, because it wasn't part of last time.
literally the most anticlimactic chapter to start on.
Yeah, look, it's not a look. We had options. There was really good places to start on that your on stream reading would be cooler, but all
Yeah.
of them came with a real consequence. That consequence being that we'd end up having to read like a 40 chapter segment, which I think we have to anyways for the next mega arc. I realize, and I talked to you about this because it's just enough chapters to not break easily into 3, and it can be divided in half really, really well between 2 different vibes. And dividing the next mega arc in 3 is so fucking hard.
I'm loving those highlights.
Loving the highlights. Another
Yeah.
round of Draken Mama? Hell yeah. Thank you, Curdy Dan. You're amazing. Yes, we were introduced to Senor Pink live, which is why I liked it as a live ending point, because you got to react to Senor Pink.
I hate Senor Pink.
Yeah, he's still
I
not a
don't give
fan
a
of...
shit if he's hard boiled. I don't. And inside of the SBS, somebody was like, "What the frickin' hell is hard boiled? He's not hard boiled." And then, and then Oda was like, "Well, he's gonna get more hard boiled. You just wait." And the person was like, "I don't think so. He sucks."
Look, you just don't know Senor yet.
Also, Oda apologized for making a mistake in calling the Colosseum Greek.
Yeah,
And
someone said that in chat last time too.
And here's a very interesting thing he also apologized to in 3 separate SBSs between this area.
Huh?
His obsession with boobs.
Okay, it's coming up a lot at this point because have you... The proportions are off the charts. Now I say, have you seen Viola? But also, I need to explain to you how much worse Viola is in the anime.
Really?
You cannot conceive of what Viola looks like. And it's not just worse because her boobs are bigger. Oda draws anatomy well. Like, the musculature of the women still makes sense. Like, he understands how the muscles of, like, the chest, back, shoulders, and arms work, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
There is an infamous comparison of Viola in the anime versus the manga, where one is like pretty and nice looking, and one is just like horrific. Oh, there's 2 of them, but I'm gonna do the funnier one. We're gonna do both of them. So watch on stream this beautiful comparison.
Oh my god. What what is going
Yeah.
on? What's with her forehead?
Yeah.
No, and instead of boobs, those are just bowling balls.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you don't think that's like peak art?
That's not art.
Okay, how about this one? This other
Oh
beautiful
no.
comparison of Viola.
Oh no.
Look at that facial
Oh my
expression.
god. Oh my
She looks
god.
like a pouty teenager.
Ew, what is that? Oh, her face and her. Oh,
Look
so
at her fucking
bad.
arms, the angle.
Oh, it's gross.
Remember how I said,
Wow.
even though this section of the story I actually really love, I wasn't going to show you many anime clips because the production quality was so low?
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Seriously, this girl needs to talk to her plastic surgeon and be like, you know what? Could we make them at least look plausible?
Y'all fucked
And
me up, actually.
y'all, when you did my facelift, you gave me a 6 head. Oh my god, that's so bad. How
You
rude.
do have to watch Pika's voice. That is true. That is actually very good. And honestly, the end of the Loft flashback, if you had have read it like earlier, if I wasn't so busy this week, honestly, I would have sent it to you because that you're gonna have to watch for sure. Ooh, let's react to that live together on the watch along when after we watch the movie next week.
Pika's voice?
Yeah, you can watch. I just realized we can start watching the anime clips you're gonna watch at the end after we do watch alongs now. So after we do for patrons next week, after we watch movie 6 together, you can watch that.
That's cool. I like that.
Anyone
Oh,
want to
I'm
play
so
tic-tac-toe on
upset.
anime Viola's forehead?
I'm so upset about what they did to that beautiful girl. She's so pretty. I mean, her tits are out of control, but she's so pretty. And then they were like, time to anime you into ugly.
The face looks so much worse than Viola in the manga.
She's so beautiful. And then not as beautiful there. It's also the
No.
proportions. Like they wanted to show what? That she had a large brain, so they widened the top of her head too. Like, whoa. We need to make sure the brain be big and too. Anyway, yeah, a whole bunch of different people in the SBS were like, "Hey, Oda, just so you know, you're a pervert and you've got a boob problem." And then one person was super upset because they thought that what's the little douchebag's name again? Who with the heels?
The little douchebag with the heels, Dellinger.
I hate him. So it turns out I just don't learn the names of people I hate.
That is what I've learned.
I've never noticed it until I was just like, you know what? Actually, when I hate people, I think that I try to get rid of their name out of my mind. Anyway, I am just like Luffy. Good point. So the person was like, you know what? I've been waiting for you to do flat-chested girls. There's so many other aspects of women that are beautiful. It doesn't need to just be about breasts. Thank you for making this person Dillinger a girl. And then Oda was like, oh, awkward. His response. Lots of people think that, but no, he's a dude. The person who raised him gave him all these things, and I felt so bad for that little girl. And I want to say, like, Oda, representation, man. There are a lot of girls out there with small breasts who would like to see themselves inside of this manga. So, justice for small boobed girls. Oh, and then somebody said, "Oh, Mama just doesn't understand." Blah blah blah.
Oh my
Dude,
god,
when
no!
you
The
have
defenses
boobs,
are so silly.
come on. Like, I have boobs. I understand their greatness, man. That's not the point. So I thought it was really funny because you need to have like sporty people and have varieties of boobs. Not all of them should look like two giant bowling balls.
I also unironically think that there's a benefit, even if you are a perv for boobs, there's a benefit to having women with small boobs, because I was watching Chainsaw Man recently, and Himeno, a character in Chainsaw Man who's got like double D cups, comes across looking way bustier in Chainsaw Man than any girl in One Piece feels in One Piece. Because in One Piece, giant boobs are such a given that you write them off. It doesn't mean anything. But in Chainsaw Man, because there are girls with like A cups or B cups, double Ds feel fucking gigantic. I think Oda is making his boobs less impactful by oversaturating the boob market.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. I'm so excited about it. But right. It is. It's facts. It's just like in everyday life. And it isn't just that small-chested women are foil for large-chested women.
No. I'm not saying that's the only argument. I'm just saying if you're a perv, there's still an argument on your behalf.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Flat chest justice, nice twisted. That's super, super true. So even if you're a perv, you should want to have a variety of boobs in there. Even if you just have one section of world that you find attractive, you should want to have a variety.
This is the gold you only get live? Cricket, leave that in. Or actually, Lav might be doing this one. Whoever, leave that part in. That needs to make it. The boob market must make it.
If this is your first time in chat, know that we are a lot more explicit in the
Oh yeah, you do want Rosie, yeah.
That's amazing.
The memory market.
Well, I'm here.
Visuals. You'll put visuals. You'll put like Himeno next
like
to power.
Potato. The boob economy is in shambles. So good.
Oh my God, I stand by my logic. Good.
No, it's your logic is logicking. It is logicking hard.
No, I was rewatching Chainsaw Man recently, and I was like, it is crazy how Himeno, this character who has what would be big boobs in real life, feels like she has giant boobs, even though they're like a third the mass of any girl in One Piece, if even, compared to One Piece, where I don't even think of Nami as a character with big boobs, because it's just such a given that you don't notice at all.
Too much supply, not enough demand. This is just amazing.
You increase the demand by decreasing the supply.
I don't disagree. I just also think that we should be showing a variety of types of people, because one of the things that I like about the men in One Piece is I love that we're showing all sorts of different body types. Everything from something that we would consider like the dad bod, to people like Luffy who are that wiry, thin, muscled look, all the way to huge, ginormous men with like the big barrel chests, and like you have so many types of men in here. And they're all attractive, and they're all and they all have benefits about that body type. And so I would love to see that happen in women more too, because when men see all those different types of, when boys see all the different types of boys, they can find themselves within that genre. Whereas girls, if you don't fit into a either a child or a pinched waist with tits that tip you over, you're not finding yourself, or super, super fat and the butt of a joke. Like it seems to be
not all the fat
direction.
characters the butt of a joke, but like super, super fat is the other option. They're super, super fat.
Yeah. Like, well, there's a couple that are powerful.
Like, I don't think Boa's sister is a joke, and I don't think the lady gladiator who saves Rebecca's a joke.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
But it is weird that your choices are child, thin and busty, fat. Is there another option? No.
Not
there
really.
are 3 types of women.
Yeah.
There are some of the
weirder ones. And I'd love
ones
to see some diversity. I would like to see the diversity. And also, if you're being honest, like
Old hag. Oh, we forgot
men
old hag.
and
Right.
women.
Old ladies don't have the giant tits all the time.
Yeah,
so
they don't.
You know what? There is 4. There are 4 women. You guys are right.
Apparently, when you're aging, you get to have your tits taken out and just go down again.
Miss Monday was a teenager. She's just a late bloomer. That's why she looked that way.
So I just think that it's nice for women to get to see themselves depicted in different ways, and it's nice for men and people who are attracted to women. All people who are attracted to women have different types, just like all people who are attracted to men have different types. So it's nice to see everybody represented. All I'm saying is,
Dr. Freya just has the thin, busty bod. She just got an old lady face. It's one of the 4 types still. It's not, doesn't.
Yeah.
Dungeon Meshi is so good for diversity of character design. Dungeon Meshi is also just very good. It's my favorite slice of life.
What the hell is a Dungeon Meshi?
Oh, we should watch it together. It's a Netflix anime about people doing dungeon exploration and cooking monsters.
Love this.
Very good. It's very, very good.
Shaki is the hottest woman. Shaki is the closest to having a diverse body type.
Yeah, because she's just kind of like thin and without the gigantic tits.
Yeah, she just has normal women. Yeah, there's still a D.
Yeah, God. Patreon stream Dungeon Meshi. That
Patron
could
stream
be
for
kind of
Dungeon
fun.
Meshi. That's a nice idea.
Look,
Because she's big.
look, I
Okay.
do love Big Mom. I think Big Mom is a incredibly underrated character, and I'm excited to get to her.
I'm excited to get to her too. Why does everyone keep talking about Mom?
Big Mom is a contentious character. I mean, you
Not
can look
Big
at her
Mom.
flagship and immediately know that it's not. She's not like got the same vibe as a lot of villains.
Okay. No, people were talking about Mom. You and Mama need to check out.
Oh, they're telling you to watch Dungeon Meshi.
All right. I am stoked. The beginning of this is pretty good. Should we get into it?
I think we
Should
should.
we?
I think we should get into it.
Do you want to get into it?
Oh,
God. She's not like other girls. Good God. That's my favorite. Okay. I'm going to wear my reading glasses. That's right. Prepare yourself, because now I'm in reading glasses. That's when you know I'm frickin' serious.
Delicious in Dungeon is what it's called on Netflix, but it's one of the few anime that I refuse to use the English name for. Not on principle, but just because Delicious in Dungeon doesn't sound as fun, and saying Meshi sounds fun. Cute. Dungeon Meshi. It's cute. It's fun to say.
You've got a great accent there.
Dungeon Meshi.
I loved the little guys in this. They have been
Tontadas?
Yeah, the Tontado have been some of my favorite parts of the story. I just love how we downplay, like when you first meet them, everybody in it, the villains and other people downplay what their value added is going to be, and they're so good. The Tontada actually are some of the only beings that get to have smaller boobs, actually. Now
Huh.
that I think about it. Because
Holy
they just
shit.
all
Is there something in the idea of the Tontadas as compared to humans being allegorical to most humans in One Piece being compared to celestial dragons?
ooh,
There's
that's
something in
very
there.
interesting.
There's something in there
There
being
might be
seen as
something in
like
there.
little pests that aren't worth considering, that like there are deals made with that are manipulative and abusive for the sake of keeping them complacent. That they're given like a
Nice.
perfunctory and non-meaningful representation.
You know that this is going to be a really great stream when you're using perfunctory.
I I'm
Also,
a I don't know if you know this. I do workshops. I use the word perfunctory like left and right. Like it's all over
I
the
use it.
place.
I use it left and right, true, but I haven't seen it in any of our streams yet. Welcome, Ali Bash, Ali Bakshi, Ali Back,
Labakshi?
Ali Bakshi. I'm gonna go with it. I'm just gonna let you know right now. It's a little different in here.
Yeah.
It's just a little different.
Yeah, okay. Then you want to add on to that or just say it's a little different? We keep going.
We talk about some boobs. I think you've noticed.
Yeah, that did
We get a
happen. We
little
did talk about the
more.
boobs.
We get a little more punchy. A little bit weirder.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I have 4 beverages today.
it's not enough. I've told you that. I'm disappointed.
You only have
A
3.
will
Get
of
off my
dollars.
case.
That's exactly it. I have 3, and I feel less than. My weekly
Therapy is
therapy.
on. Oh, we're gonna do our best to make this as untherapeutic as possible because this is a really depressing section of story. This
Bullshit.
section of
I'm gonna
story
get
gave
all
Mama
up
an
in the
existential
therapy.
crisis.
The will of the double D's. Oh my shit.
Let's be honest. There is basically no woman in One Piece with double D's. Those are F cups minimum.
Those are F cups only. F cup only. I wrote it as I said I could.
That
We're
fucking
waiting
Viola's
for
out there
the.
rocking J's, y'all.
How late am I? You're not late at all. You've
You're
been
not late
here
at all.
before. You know
We've
how this.
barely
You
gotten
know
to
how
the
this
point where
runs.
we're at the like talking about stuff.
But then D's nuts, nice narwhal. But then the whole problem is that we're about to have an ad. So we were just about to get into it very deeply, and then we were like,
Yeah.
no.
The first real ad break is often when we force ourselves to actually take it seriously and start.
Yeah, it's when we're better kids. You said flat-chested
I
women in One
know
Piece.
who the one flat-chested woman is. I don't need to look at your picture, probably Kaito, unless it's different than I expect. You know what? It was different than I expected. It is Otohime. Otohime is flat-chested. Never mind. I thought this was going to be a specific... That's not who I thought it was, Kaito. You win. Yeah, Otohime was flat. That's true. Oh, Perona's tits are, like, kind of normalish sized.
Those are D's.
Yeah. It's kind of normalish.
In this manga, yeah.
Yeah.
But she got herself some D's. That's not what every person is rocking.
No, but you know what? Compared to the F's and J's of the rest of the One Piece casts.
Not to mention, she's like a 23D.
Yeah,
And
also...
that's wild.
Also, people are pointing out that, like, post-time skip, they bust her up a lot, and that is true.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Zoro's chest is, we've already talked about that.
Yeah, Zoro's chest is huge, but not cup size wise.
That's what I just said, Mountain. She's a 23D. She's like 23 freaking maybe 24 around her chest, and then like the world's largest boobies on top of it. Well, they're not that large. She doesn't fall over. She can still do it. Are we in ad break?
We're waiting. Ad starting soon. The ad break's about to start. Everyone's about to be sent to the Shadow Realm.
Shadow Realm, the place where the shadows
we
take
have a lot
over
of people horny for
life.
Zoro in chat. Zoro tits came up, and so many people in chat started going off about this.
He does his best.
That's Melon T has a running gag about Zoro's tits. Look, the One Piece animators are aware of the Zoro thirst at this point and are animating titty bounce for Zoro.
He needs a brosier. Man.
Seinfeld reference?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it was brosier. Did they come up with the man's ear?
I think brosier was where they landed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we're in ads. All right. What do we have? What do we got? What are we given? What trivia do subs get that no one else gets?
What trivia do the subs get?
Yeah, what are we giving them? What extra info do the subs get while it's subs only?
God, I don't know. I haven't even thought about this. I want to do a squish on who? Who do you want to squish on?
You know, let's see. Let's think. All right, everybody. Here's secret fact. There's a place nearby, just a little ways away, that has like some of the best tide pools in the world. And what's crazy is the directions to get there from my house are leave my driveway, turn left out of my driveway, like turn left out of my driveway because you have to make a turn right. And then if I keep going, the road will eventually end in the parking lot to like a beautiful park that has some of the best tide pools in the world. All I have to do is keep driving after making that right turn for like 2 hours.
Yeah, but people couldn't possibly understand. You would have to show like pictures of how wild they are.
Oh, it's incredibly cool, but I just think it's neat that the directions for me to get there are literally turn right and drive straight for 2 hours, and it'll just end in the parking lot of that park.
Show them a picture of any of the pools that you can get online.
It's called Botanical Beach. Sorry, the ads are over. We're past the subs only zone. I'm not showing the Botanical Beach yet. But that's a cool fact about our world. All right. What's up? We continuing?
Ready. Yeah, low, medium, high. Let's go.
Boy, cheese work is crazy. Okay, let's get started. Where we start?
Even though the fights were cool, and especially in the color, I really like that you go through all of the different kind of zones and you go back and forth between being inside of the ring and fighting and blah 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 and move out. I was really glad to be done with them. They were a great thing, but I was really thrilled to be
The
done with them.
Colosseum.
Yeah, I was like, ugh, let's move out, babies. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be here too much. But if you read them in the color, this is an arc that should be read in color because you've got toy shops, you've got the little people world, you've got all these things, and the colors are popping off all over the place. Ugh,
Aren't you so
senior
sad
thing.
that eventually you're going to run out of colored chapters?
What?
Well, yeah, because it's not released in color. Every once in a while it gets digitally colorized as a thing, but like it's not released in color.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You just stole some of my joy.
What? Wasn't the intent, but okay.
Why do you do that?
It's just the trick, Cricket. You can't color all of One Piece for Mama. No.
Would be helpful, but I'm not making you do it, Cricket. Wow.
This pose
Thanks,
isn't
Drop.
working.
That's just my happiness that you took away. I love. I'm going to go ahead. I'm moving ahead. Get over it. You're all excited about it.
Okay.
Why? There's so much to talk about at the end, and I don't want to be all in the beginning.
Okay. Let's do it. Fucking
So,
let's just get to it.
I'm going to do whatever I want. So here we go.
You are the guide of your own pace. This is not a recap. This is a review. If a review doesn't go in order, bets are off. Who cares?
Okay. You just brought back some of my happiness. Because
my foot's getting
I
asleep.
want
I need to shift how I'm sitting. Sorry, it's going to be noisy for a second.
Where I really wanted to start with was when we get to the point that, what's his pickle? Our new, where am I at? Our new
computer desk is being so shitty to me, and I'm just trying to get my chair to work. All right, we're in it.
You all right now?
Probably. Okay, full cards on the table. Cards on the table, everybody. I was skipping leg day for a while and decided to get back into it, and that was like 4 fucking days ago, and my legs still hurt. My legs are so sore. They are so sore, and every time I shift in my seat, it hurts. Which is why I'm going to be shifting and trying to get comfy more.
Never skip leg day. You
You're
don't
not
want to be
supposed
the
to.
dude with the big barreled chest and the
Well,
tiny little arms.
The advantage I have is a lot of my cardio is elliptical running, and the elliptical works your legs enough that they'll never stay like skinny. But I wanted to get like some real leg exercise in, and holy fuck, my legs are tired.
I'm always amazed when people can't tell that you beef your arms up, but your legs look like twigs coming out. It's not a look.
Dude, Steven Crowder is the worst for that. He looks so buff, and if you ever see a picture of him standing up, he has chicken legs.
Oh God. Okay. What's the name of our new dude? The blind justice man?
Fujitora.
Fujitora. I love when Fujitora just lays it out on Doflamingo and is like, well, we ain't doing it to take your side in the matter. The Navy is moving in. I'm impressed at your resolve, Fujitora. I'll deal with you after that. Fujitora just lays right out on the line to him like, no, bite my ass. This isn't for you. I'm literally going to deal with you and how much you suck right after that. And then he says, so he's like, so what's your game? What are you in for? And he said, the complete and utter eradication of the 7 warlord system. And so I keep wondering, like, how attached to the government is his ideas about the eradication of the 7 warlord system? Does he have other people on his side? Have I not met somebody yet who is going to be working with him? I feel like that is a thing that's going to happen.
And what are they replacing them with?
And what are they going to replace it with? Because in the beginning, they were like, we can't allow these pillars to fall, and the 3 pillars, and da-da-da-da-da, and one of them would have been the 7 warlords. And suddenly, we're just like, oh yeah, we're just going to, annihilate the 7 warlord system. So I'm wondering whether or not he's working on behalf of the government, or if he's working on behalf of his own blind justice, that unlike other people, he sees the need to kill this through a simple justice system. And If you have blind justice, you don't give a shit what the government thinks or what they would hope to replace it with. Or if you need to replace it, like you wouldn't even think about that. And
that
I'm
is the idea
wondering
of blind
who
justice is instead
exactly.
of thinking about propriety, you just think of who did wrong and deserves to be punished.
Exactly. So I'm wondering who's going to work with him. I
It
feel
sure is
like
a question.
well, in one of the SBSs, they talked about the what is the Momo Ruda? What is the
Momotaro?
Momotara? Yeah, and about how, and we have a kid named Momo now, but then he was
We
like, and
do.
then they get 2 new ones, and da 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 da. So are those going to be the new people in it? And the Oda was like, I'm not sweating, you're sweating. And so I think that he, because of that, has to have a partner.
Well, there would have to be
Eventually.
2 new admirals in general because there's supposed to be 3 of them, and 1 quit and 1 was promoted.
Red potato, we'll get there. Also, I knew I was right. So the Reverie is going to be this year.
Yep, you called it. You called it that we'd be having a reverie.
So I want a minor star. I think we should get to have silver stars on that subject.
I mean, you said there'd be a reverie this year and it hadn't been proven yet. I think it's fine to give you a gold star for that.
I know, but I have some whatever predictions that I think deserve silver stars. So the Reverie is going to be this year, and I think that at the Reverie we are going to have a major shakedown from Luffy. He's going to shake the foundation of the system.
All right, that's
And
a prediction.
I cannot wait. Oh, I loved getting to see our beloved Luffy brother Sabo go in and fight on his behalf. Like, oh, yes. It was so good. It was also great because it fooled everyone and allowed Luffy to get closer to the main action. Also, I really do want to hear Pika's voice. Is it Pika? Pika? Pika?
Pika.
Pika. People have a thing where they like to eat dirt called Pika, right?
Huh. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can find some.
Yeah, because there's a
Yeah.
thing with people who have the need to eat clay and dirt and stuff.
All of the
So I thought
Pika
that,
clips I can find are too far in the manga, so we cannot listen to a Pika clip quick.
oh, I just wanted to hear his voice so much.
All the ones I can find are from further along.
So a famous dude called Pikachu or something. Whatever.
Yeah, he's just the mascot of the most profitable media property to ever exist in human history.
Never heard of it. Um, this
It comes
Pika,
from the word spade from the Spanish deck of cards. Okay.
here.
Mm-hmm.
If I was Pika, I would do such a better job of being him. I would be able to take out this entire town. I would become even bigger. I would be ridiculous.
Yeah, you think he's going too small?
I would grab the dirt from everywhere around me and I would like rip it out. You would not be able to take me down.
So
And I would be standing on my own shoulder.
people are saying literally anyone could do a better job of Pika than Pika. People, someone said I don't really like Pika, but a lot of people are saying whatever. I just want to quickly say I think the Doflamingo family has a lot of personality. I think they got character to them. I think they have interesting powers. I kind of don't like them very much. Like, as henchmen groups go, they're kind of low tier for me. Like,
I'm not a big fan.
they're below CP9 for me. They're below Baroque Works. Like,
Yeah, Baby
I
Five is
love
cool. They're great.
Doflamingo, but the Dofi family just kind of don't do it for me.
Yeah, I really like Baby 5, and I really liked
Yeah.
Viola, but she ended up being like, "Screw you, I was only pretending here."
Yeah. Do any of the guys interest me at all? I'll be honest.
No.
I don't love him. As you learn more about him, I like Senor Pink as a character. I'll give him that. I know that sounds shocking, but I stand by it.
I'm trying to imagine that.
If we count Monet and Virgo, I like them, but they aren't part of this part of the arc. Like, Monet and Virgo are part of the Doflamingo family, and I like them.
I think that Sugar's ability is freaking amazing. Like the thing that they created for Sugar and the idea around Sugar is freaking amazing. I really love it, but I hate Sugar as a character. I don't just hate Sugar for what she does. Her evilness is meh.
The only henchman legion that I think I rank lower, other than like East Blue, like if we don't count East Blue, where Oda was kind of just getting his footing and the henchmen in general weren't as entertaining, I think the only henchman I rank lower is probably Anaru's.
Oh, yeah, I would agree.
Like, I think the Doflamingo family I like more than Anaru's, because Anaru's priests are just kind of like peak boring henchmen.
Okay, having said that, I don't love his whole group. I love the idea of it being a family.
That I
And
love.
I love the idea of them taking over as a group. I
Yes.
love how he sees it as being family, even though he's the person who took his dad's head and ended up killing his brother.
Yeah.
Because it feels very, yes, this person, I was about to say classic mafia, and then they said it. I love that, but I don't like them individually. I also think, and this person here, that's freaking hell, guys, you're on fire today. I also love Sugar's ability because it started to make me think of the missing 100 years. And it started to make me wonder about what other ways in which they have to make the 100 years disappear. And
You
some of
got
it
my
is
brain going
out
on
there.
something. I need to put you got my brain going on something in that. Is it possible that Doflamingo, similar to Enaru, is this possible that they both see themselves as gods? Are they both meant to be allegories for the state of the world at large? And that's why we also see a 3-tiered system here. Holy fuck, no, wait. We see a 3-tiered system in both. I think any similarities you can find between Enaru and Doflamingo's structures and the plot lines of those two arcs are going to be relevant to the story on the whole, because in both of them you see a 3-tiered structure of the god and the god's family, who are seen as important, regular humans being humans in Dressrosa and Skypians, and then the lesser being the Shandians and the Tontata, and both are connected to the legacy of Noland.
100%.
Noland is connected to the least of those people. Noland, who is paralleled in a lot of ways people have to Roger and Luffy. Holy fuck. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
So it was funny because Morel has asked the same question about whether we think Sugar's ability, do you think that someone used a Sugar ability to create the Void Century? And when I was watching this and thinking about how, just like in the Enaru to Doflamingo, you have people don't know how they got up there. There is an erasure of the history. They have no idea. So there's a part of their history that actually evaporated and they don't know why they're in the sky. And then there's an erasure of people and their identity on the lower area. I think what's interesting is when we're doing Skypiea, they did it in a large societal context of like a whole nation being moved and a whole nation feeling like they have to protect and remember the memory of their nation, but they're missing something. Whereas in this one, it's individuals go missing. Individual people are taken away and erased.
Yeah.
And so you start to wonder, how could they use something that's similar to what Sugar's going on now that we know that Sugar has this as a way of erasing big memories like the Void Century, the purpose of the Poneglyphs, how we got that piece of Skypiea away from Jaya and up into the air and stuff like that. So it started to make me think like, okay, what is that context?
So people are saying that they think, I saw at least one person say that they think that the Void Century was more just a tyrannical erasing of information, not something more mystical. I think that's very possible. I think a mystical side is also possible, but that doesn't mean the mystical side with Doflamingo can't be an allegory for it. And I think there is something interesting to seeing, like I said earlier, where the Tontata feel to me like they are representing. I thought they might be representing humans to celestial dragons, but I no longer think that's the case. I think they represent non-humans in the world of One Piece. The humans of Dressrosa represent humans, and Dofi and the Doflamingo family represent the celestial dragons.
Yes. I would agree.
That's
now
a lot to think
on. That's a lot to think on then. Right?
Oh,
When
this is a
Corazon
lot.
ability or sworn enemies of God. That's actually a translation that calls them the natural enemy of the god, which I prefer. Yeah, I have that in the colored version. It's the natural enemies of the god, and I have a thing on it now. Yeah, and so when I was watching this, I adored Sugar's existence. I hate Sugar
Oh,
with my whole heart and soul.
Frostfire
But
Tiger, what did you miss? If you'd showed up 5 minutes ago, I'd say like nothing. Unfortunately, it's not 5 minutes ago.
now you miss the whole idea of the Void Century and a comparison between Enel and Doflamingo and a three-tiered system.
Yeah.
So now I'm
Yeah.
wondering whether or not it's possible that there is something very similar to Sugar's system that is used to erase information about the Void Century and what the dragons did. And
Stone Soup
so,
Fruit could have created the red line.
yeah. Hmm.
Okay, sorry, keep going. Chat just
Yeah,
amazed me.
it absolutely could have. I'm writing that down. Stone, red line. Because you know that I believe the red line is going to be taken apart. I believe
Yes.
this whole system is going to be taken apart, and the all blue is going to be when the entire world is reconnected.
Mm-hmm.
That will be the all blue.
And this is the first fruit we've seen that I feel like it makes sense to have made it. Because sure, in theory, the magma fruit could have made it, but we've seen the pace that he can create magma, and it doesn't feel fast enough for that to make sense.
Yeah,
But if
exactly.
you connect to one mountain and spread your stone body to grow the mountain outwards, raising up the seafloor into a wall,
Exactly.
it also explains why it's all the same rock. And it, yeah.
And so if you think about that ability, and you think about, I wonder this too, like, you know how you often have a trope inside of all of these different types of things where your bigger power has been taken from you and the larger ability to use things no longer exists, and that it used to be even more powerful at one time, but people
Mhm.
realized that it was too much and found a way of like dampening the power structures. And
Mhm.
so you got to wonder, if you have things like the stone fruit, what other fruits would be available, what other ideas or strengths would be available that would allow people to create, like put the mountains up and create this system. Now that we've seen the stone fruit, we know that it's possible.
Something that
And
I
same thing with, now that you know Sugar's fruit, you know that it's possible to wipe things out as if they never existed.
there's also just a thing in One Piece where the people who push their fruits harder tend to be nearer to the top. Like, you know for a fact that if Pika wasn't a high tier henchman and was like, if he was the Doflamingo of this arc, he'd have pushed the fruit farther. Like, there'd be more he was doing with it. Like, look at what Crocodile and Doflamingo can do with their fruits because they're the big bad. Look what Luffy can do with his because he's the hero. There is absolutely more potential to the Stone Zone fruit than what we see because it's not being used by someone at the top of the game.
Well, it's like I said already. I think Pika's his fruit shit. If I
Yeah.
had Pika's fruit, I would have won. If Luffy had Pika's fruit, he would have won. Pika is, how can you have the ability of the stone fruit and be so ineffective? That is a good question. Like you've got an ability where you could have taken the entire ocean beside the goddamn island. You could have sucked yourself into there, pulled it all out, and been something that was impossible to get rid of, and just stepped on everything. Like you just bite. You could have opened holes under everyone. You could have opened your mouth
Think
underneath
about
them.
holes. Holy fuck. Oh, like Zoro's there. He's getting ready to jump at you. Open a hole underneath him.
Oh,
Close it shut. Close it shut. Close it shut.
he's
Close it
done.
shut. Literally clap him.
Literally, if it had been me, I would have been like, "Oh, oops, Swiss cheese, you're all
Okay.
gone."
Okay. I was thinking until you said holes. I was like, yeah, he's underusing it a little. You said holes, and I was like,
No,
holy fuck, this guy is not using this fruit enough.
he sucks. You can eat.
Yeah.
You could make your mouth go underneath people and just chew them for fun, just to be a little showy.
You say holes, and I'm like, never mind. This guy wants wasting his fucking fruit. Holy
He's
shit.
wasting his talent. I would have rocked it if you had put me in there as Pika. Nobody would have escaped.
Pika, you're
Nobody
a
would have.
loser, honestly.
Yeah,
It
I'm
could be that it's not
embarrassed
that
for it.
precise. It's probably not that easy to be precise with it, but let's be honest, Pika doesn't seem like the type of guy that's practicing his fruit enough. Like,
That's exactly it. It doesn't matter if it's not precise. Dude could have gotten better by now. He's had this skill for how long? And all he did is be like, I big. That feels like first step. Like,
That's
oh, I
that's
have
that's
the
step
ability to
one
have
thinking,
stone
yeah.
skill. Step one, get big. Now what? Come on, man. Suck it up. Be better. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed when my bad guys don't bad guy enough. And
Look,
he
there's an argument that that you have to be slow when expanding out of the island, because if too much of your body's technically touching the sea, you'll start to get weaker. So you've got to very quickly pull
you
stone
can go
out. Or
straight down. You can go straight down from you. There's so much more
oh my
rock
god, you're
under.
right. If you fuse straight down, you could get a bunch of molten rock and come out of the ocean with a
Exactly. And
molten
hold
fist.
up.
And then such a small percentage of your body's touching the ocean, it doesn't matter. And you just have a giant
Exactly.
molten fist coming onto the island. What?
That's what I'm trying to
No,
say.
no, no, no,
He's
no, no, no.
so weak.
I think Diamante's not as bad with this fruit because Diamante has a worse fruit. Like,
Yeah,
Diamante,
Diamante's fruit isn't as good as
yeah,
Pika's.
Diamante, I think is actually being pretty clever with a shit fruit. Like, I think Diamante is doing about as much as you can with the fucking flap fruit.
Yeah, if you've got the flap fruit and you're managing to be as cool as he is, you've done well. Pika is just a complete idiot who doesn't know how to use his fruit, who hasn't even tried. Somebody said here he skipped leg day. You bet he did.
I think Diamante and Treble are pushing their fruits a lot more than fucking Pika.
I just love the little guys, PS, who are inside making the fruit. I think that's, and then they're just like, yeah, you're helping your princess. And they're like, oh, good, as long as we're helping our princess. I think it was so important because later on, when they find out they've been used, one of the things that they're mad about is, I don't understand how anyone could lie to us like that. And that's one of the reasons we're so mad at you now. And it's like, oh, you're so sweet, you little losers.
They're so cute.
You're just so sweet. Gullible, but so sweet.
You can, Cricket, I believe. Tontatas are great. Yeah, DM me first. I love the Tontatas. They are adorable.
I just love them. Treble
you
is
can put it
so
there. Treble
gross.
is so disgusting, but I don't think there's an argument that he isn't a better fruit user than Pika, because his fruit is way worse.
Oh my god, he just has snot.
He
manages to do way more.
Yeah, he does more than Pika with snot, and Pika has fused into stone.
Yeah, Pika is underused. If I was Pika, this story would have gone very differently.
I imagine stone can be hardened with hockey, but it's probably hard because of how big the surface area is. Thank you for subscribing, Crazy Grinder 22. Which one's more obnoxious? Treble's more obnoxious. Treble is the most obnoxious character.
He's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. And it made sense
Cricket,
because...
That's so good. That's so good, Cricket.
It made sense because Oda has a tendency to love snot, so I should have known that eventually I would have to watch somebody who just drips
snot.
I hate Treble very, very much, but at least Treble is doing something with his shit ability.
Yeah, Treble and Diamante got bad fruits and are still like competent fighters with it. The fact that Pika, the most I can say is he's a competent fighter with a fruit that good is insane.
Also, I was wondering,
is nothing for a fruit like that.
I was also wondering about the what's his face, who's hard boiled. His fruit would technically give him semi-door abilities because he'd be able to swim through a wall.
Well, you could dive through a wall. Yeah, it's a little worse than door because it's not as easy to get infiltrate with people, and you can't do a door mention, and you can't do a revolving door on someone.
But you can swim through anything or dive through, so it's semi-door. And another good thing about it is you could swim straight up a wall, you could swim across the ceiling, etc., etc. So it does have some pretty big
advantages over door. I think door overall is definitely better, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, I would agree. What is this one? A
fishman with the swim fruit, pretty terrifying, because you could fishman karate and pick up the ground as water, and that's crazy.
Yeah, 100%.
You'd basically never be unarmed with fishman karate.
But I think it was very important. So when somebody was saying that they don't think that the 100 years is going to have anything that has kind of a magical quality to it, I would disagree. I would disagree because I think that Oda putting Sugar's thing here is kind of his way of saying, like, see, we have ways to make things disappear. So were they able to disappear everything? No, but nobody knows what happens in the 100 years. Nobody knows any of that history. Only very few people even know about the poneglyphs. So when you think about that, except for in the seas where nobody was, when you think about that, you have to imagine that there was some sort of mechanism used to help to erase the time period. And that's why I think that it's absolutely possible that this is giving us a heads up. Robin getting turned into a toy, by the way, I mean, I'm totally with Usopp. That was one of the shiveriest moments ever. When you were like, oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Robin
suddenly
ceases
was
to
like,
exist.
For everyone else, Robin is no longer there. She no longer exists. And I was just, oh my God, my whole heart.
There's a theory that people go both ways on, if they like it or not, that the reason Usopp had a harder time standing up to fight and was running away before he had to turn back was that he lost some of his character development because he no longer had the narrative as part of his life that he saved Robin as Sniper King.
Oh, wow.
Some people say it cheats him out of his character. Some people says it kind of makes him stronger because he was able to, without that, find the will to fight just for the Tontatta. And I think that's the part that, regardless of which side you agree on, he did in that moment choose to fight for only the Tontatta because he didn't know his crew was there. He didn't know he had a crewmate to save. He did that just for the little guys, knowing that, like, they were the only thing on the line. And I think that's pretty brave of him.
I would go one further too. And I would say it proves, oh, wait, there's an ad. Is everyone in an ad?
We are in the ad now. Someone said delete your art. All
someone
right.
delete your art.
Looks like we're not doing line art today.
I love line art. Don't line art.
The line art's gone. We need a lineless method now, or a different way of doing this.
No, this one was going to be super special for me.
I've got an idea.
No.
I've got an idea.
I'm in Russia. We have no ad.
I'm not doing a different angle. The angle's not changing.
In Russia, the ad has you. Yeah, but you could just delete it and draw him bigger or something, or draw less of his lower body.
Well, look, I had done line art and now I got rid of it.
You crushed my
soul. Doing a different angle, Fisher. I like the angle. I know it's similar to the manga panel, but I like it. It's a good balance.
This person, how do I use all 50,000 of my points as Ollie to reverse it?
Not allowed.
Oh, no.
I like Law's expression. I think it's sad and good. But I'm thinking about what to do here.
Why don't you put the line bar art back in now and redo it and do something different with textures and stuff after?
No, because people said delete your art. I have to delete. I will figure it out. Line art's gone. Everyone's got choice of how to do it, but I've got... Yeah, I'm not doing a different angle, Sam. The delete your art has to be earlier if I'm going to do a different angle. You deleted it while there was line art in play. So the line art goes, and that's the way it is. The angle is kept. These are the laws. Now,
okay.
I have a plan. I have a plan for what to do. Yes, I will give dog a treat.
Me a treat. Are we out of ad yet?
We're out of ad now. We are back at it.
Hey, Admiral, thank you for that. Okay, I think it makes him even stronger, right? Because not only does he not know that Robin exists, and a lot of his strength came from work that he had with Robin, he still knows that his other crewmates exist, and he doesn't know that they are in as much danger as they are. Like, he knows that he's supposed to be helping out with this plan and that this part of the plan has failed, but he has this tendency to kind of let Luffy and Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, everyone, he'll let them take the lead oftentimes because he does see himself as cleanup crew. And so he probably doesn't even see himself as being the ultimate hit or miss in this, right? And even though he doesn't know where other people are in at it, he just says, you know what? I can't. You shut up. Usoland would never lie. And then he's like, and then it's, he made us a promise. The legendary hero would never lie to us. If you insult Usoland's honor again, you will pay for that. And it hit something inside of Usopp where he's like, I can't run away. He says, I'm no legendary hero. My name isn't even Usoland. I'm the sniper of the terrifying Straw Hat crew. My name is Usopp, and I'm a pirate. And then he not only comes back, he takes his place of who he actually is. My name is Usopp. Remember that, Tontatas. And if I should die, build me a statue next to Nolan, because I'm about to become your legendary hero. He takes over and forces himself to be himself and trust himself, which for Usopp is a big freaking deal. To trust that he is enough and know that he can do things and that he doesn't have to pretend to be the Sniper King or pretend to be a legendary hero who's related to Nolan, and instead takes his place as himself. That was a huge change for him. And so I thought that it made him even stronger. Not only does he not know that Robin is in there and that Robin has disappeared or that she ever existed, he decides to come clean about who he is and why he matters and be's enough. And that's why I thought that moment was one of my favorites of all time ever.
Cricket, unfortunately, I need to make this up. It is, we're going, don't worry. I agree with you. I think it's beautiful that he just finds it in himself to be honest about him in this moment and fight with his name. I think it's wonderful and it's a great moment of development. I've seen a lot of people hate that moment because they're like, why does he run away again? This is just retreading old ground, but it's different in so many ways. He has nothing to fight for in that moment except his own honor. That's literally it as far as he knows. You're right. He doesn't know how important this is to everyone else in the moment. He doesn't know that this is integral, and he doesn't know that Robin is there and needs his help. It's just him. We've added into Panda Man. Panda Man will be added, don't you worry.
Yeah, and that's why I think that this makes it an even more special piece, and why I was even more amazed by him. Even though, come on, giving him God status was whatever. But I was really proud of him because he when it came down to it, he was reverting to his very most basic him all the way back to Syrup Village. He was becoming his oldest old self, as if he hadn't learned anything. And instead, as he was running away and listening to them have faith in him, and we also learned how important it is to have faith in people who are important to you. Because if you think about inside of my favorite arc, when number 2 stands outside of Luffy's chamber and just screams, "You've got this, Luffy. You can do it, Luffy." That idea of believing in somebody actually gives them the courage to live up to their potential. I love that Oda keeps coming back to that idea and keeps putting it in here again, and that they have belief in him and say, like, don't ever talk about him that way. He is a hero. And then Usopp says, you know what? I can be the hero.
Can we talk about how important this is? We're talking about an arc of trust and choosing your leadership and who you're willing to trust. And then Tontatas are people who are absolutely willing to trust anyone. And despite that, they've formed this revolution against Doflamingo. Even they, who are these symbols of pure trust, have started a revolution. I think that's such an important thing in this symbology we're talking about in this giant saga. Yeah, that we're talking about what it means to pick someone to follow and give your trust to. That these people whose flaw is believing everyone still can say enough is enough and have a point where they need to revolt and care about themselves. Fucking Bellamy can't do that, and the Tontatas, who believe everyone can.
And the Tontatas are so trusting that you would think that they would definitely not be the top ones to be able to see through all the bullshit. And yet, here we are. How easy it could be for a naive population. I do agree that giving him the word of being God kind of showed you how easy it is to become a god. But I was like, ugh.
It makes me wonder if whoever was responsible, whoever were the gods of the world before the Celestial Dragons, if they were bad, like, and the reason the Celestials got praised was because, and became what they were, was because they were the heroes who defeated that group.
Yeah, I could see that. I have a feeling around that already. Like,
Mhm.
I've started to see the D clan as being some sort of important protectorates of the world that crept balance between two major groups. And I feel like eventually, and I'll go into this later over the next few months, I'd imagine. I feel like Luffy is going to be the ultimate D
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, we
who
good.
is going to ignite and empower all the other Ds of the world. That they're going to come into a type of power they didn't have before because of Luffy. Like he's almost like a power bank for them, and all of a sudden they come into their abilities to be the people who are able to actually be the natural threat of the dragons. And so I feel like Luffy is going to end up being this kind of like massive power bank explosion that's going to wake something up inside of them, and they're going to become the people that they are meant to be. And that whether or not they've come into that power yet or not, it doesn't matter. That's why I laughed, Red Potato. It doesn't matter because it still seeps out of them, and they're still the people who cause the most problem in the world because it's in them no matter what they do. But I think that Luffy is going to, I don't want to say the word turn on, and it's the only way I can do it, turn on something inside of the people who are Ds, and that
Yeah,
all of them are going to come
you
into
don't
it.
want to declare that Luffy's gonna turn on all the D's.
Yeah, I don't want to say that the biggest D is going to turn on all the other Ds, but that is what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Activate. That's the word I can
Activate
use.
was the word you were looking for, but I didn't want to help you.
Ignite. I was just having a total brain aneurysm and going like, because all I could think of then is turn on. And I was like, oh my God, don't say it. And then my brain was like, you're
You
going to say
mentioned
it.
you used activate earlier, and I found myself like, if she gets lost for words when we're actually on stream, you can't bail her out because it's too funny.
She's going to say turn on. But I really do think that Luffy is going to be the thing that activates all the other Ds around the world. And I had even said to Drock, I'd written down that Law was going to be a D. I was like, there's no way Law's not a D. And then it was
Yeah,
4
unfortunately,
chapters.
did happen within the arc where you guessed it.
Doesn't matter. 4 chapters later, boom, Law's a D. And I was like, yes. Because there's this similar feeling between the people who are Ds. And then I thought to myself,
but you did say last time that you felt like he was somewhere between the essence of Blackbeard and Luffy and couldn't decide which he was, and it was weakening him. Whereas, like, you can't say Blackbeard or Luffy don't know who they are and how they want to operate. They are
Exactly.
actualized people.
Exactly. And so this is why I feel like and it's going to be a little bit of a problem too because I think that Luffy is going to be activating the Ds. I think all the Ds are going to come into their own, and that includes Blackbeard.
That's interesting.
And that's going to make it really interesting.
Ooh.
So I'm kind of loving that. I'm also loving the thing about Waterloo and Trafalgar, given that we've got two battles that take place within 10 years of each other. And when you start to compare them, which I will do later, it becomes really interesting to see how Law would fit into these two battles, one in 1805 and one in 1815. And you can see how this would be an allegory for them. And we can see some of the reasons that Law is who he is based on the Trafalgar and Waterloo thing that we'll look at in a minute. Next book. Oh, no, we have to look at this.
Next book.
No. We all knew. I mean, everyone knew. There's nobody who didn't know that. Sorry, I'm having a. After we watched Kairos, we all knew that he was going to be the person who the statue was made after, Captain Kairos, age 25. But it was still done well, even though I knew that it was definitely going to be him, and he was actually her dad, and he couldn't save,
Okay,
and
you
blah blah
have
blah.
no idea though, when you're saying all this, that it's like a little bit tired because you know how it would happen, but it's well done. I need to tell you that someone counted, and the anime flashed back to clips of that flashback after it was done, literally, I think about 30 times from what I remember.
Ew, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well then everyone knew. Oh,
No,
his wife.
like after it was done, like you're saying it's a little bit tired because we knew it got so tired for anime viewers because they just kept flashing to it over and over and over and over.
His wife was 16?
Oh, that's messed up. Heroes, no.
No. Why does he keep doing this?
Oh, no, why?
Doesn't anyone understand that when Shakespeare did it, he was actually making fun of the people who were forcing their children to marry early and that it was a condemnation of society? God. Okay, here we go. When you watch Usopp be captured and the way that she said, and then you will die, and then he also gets attacked by the world's hottest pepper as well. Couldn't have happened to a stupider jerk. I hate her so much. And
Love that the Tontatas not wanting to kill her and using poison instead is her undoing. Their kindness is her undoing. And like they didn't use a lethal poison, they just used something spicy to knock her out. And the fact that Usopp gets rewarded for his bravery, even though he had nowhere near the strength to stop Treble. It's great.
yeah, I think it was super good. And using it as a spicy thing, I would agree. It was so good. All right.
Yeah, spicy instead of like lethal poisoning.
Robin coming back into her own, everybody coming back onto their own. He did such a great job of bringing the memory of who everyone was back into the place, and everybody remembering that they had loved ones and that they had people in their lives, and everybody remembering all the people who had disappeared and what the king had done. They everything goes to the side and everyone is just like, oh my god, I have a wife, I have a husband, oh my god, there is a ruler over this kingdom who is missing. It was just so well done watching everyone come back out. And it was incredible to watch Follow Me and I Will Guide You. Fool, lower me down and unhand me. I have blood spilling down my face, says Usopp. And again, Oda shows in this one how Usopp becomes a god, and it was so easy for him to become a god. A mistake made a god. And then not 10 chapters later, his god or not, his status is taken away, and the people decide that if it's the god or him, it's them, and they attack their god. And so he showed how easy god status was to reverse.
Yep.
Or how even being a god isn't that important.
I think we aren't going to be piecing together all of the hidden meaning of this scene until near the end of the series. Like, I genuinely don't think we have all the pieces yet to properly break down what this means. But I agree that all of that is going to end up feeling relevant to the end of the series.
I
I
agree.
think this is a lot like Skypiea. Like, the more you making that comparison with sugared celestial dragons has made me realize that I think a lot of this is going to feel allegorical to the series at large when we reach the end point in ways that we can't quite figure out yet.
I really feel that there are 5 chapters in this arc already that I would want to take out and put against, I think it's 4 or 5 chapters so far that I can think of as Skypiea, and just read them beside each other. And I think that it is possible between those to find out something.
I agree.
And
I think
I'm
you
gonna
can find
do
the
it
common
after.
ground between those two is where you're going to
Yeah.
find what they're trying to say.
That's what I've decided. So I'm gonna, after I'm done this arc, I'm gonna go back in and find the chapters I'm thinking about,
We
and
are
I'm
taking
gonna
a week off after this one, so you absolutely can.
take those chapters apart and I'm gonna compare them across each other, and I guarantee it's going to show something. You have to show God Usopp scene to Mama. Yeah, I would agree.
It's good. I think we'll that'll be one of the ones we watch for the Patreon stream. We always have a little more time than just watching the movies.
I was kind of pissy at Sabo for something here, and it's give Bellamy a treat. I can't believe anyone skips Skypiea Katu. I can't. And now that I'm looking at this, like, it boggles the mind, because I swear to God, between Jaya, Skypiea, and this, I think that there's something in the similarity that will actually tell you some secrets. And I really, really, really am going to pull that apart. People point out that you can marry at 16 with parental consent in Japan, which isn't true anymore, blah, blah, blah. There are tons of places in the United States that there wasn't even a marriageable age, that as long as your parents gave permission, you could be 8 years old and marry in different states. I think
Law
now,
and ethics are very, very different. But you know what? There's also the whole thing of applying your standards to other cultures is bad, but then there's also the whole thing of like not holding people to what you see as an ethical standard isn't living with principles. And at the end of the day, I just say, I don't particularly like it, and I can just actively dislike it while still enjoying the series that it's in.
no, I'm talking about the US right now.
I mean,
Um,
yeah. But people were earlier using it as a defense for the Kyros thing, and I'm like, yeah, I still don't like
it
it.
doesn't have to be. You don't have to defend it. It can just be gross. Um, they married when she was 18. Skypiea is going to be more important in the whole series when you think Skypiea is a microcosm of the whole story. I think it is, but I think this particular arc also adds to Skypiea, and I think it's going to be part of the micro story as well.
I agree.
Um, um, I was a little bit pissy with Sabo in this thing, and I'm hoping this isn't the reason that people are angry at Sabo or have troubles with Sabo, but I'm thinking it might be.
So what is this?
So he says, the first Lucy was the 400 million man,
Yeah.
the future king of the pirates, Straw Hat Luffy, and my little brother. Nice to meet you. Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. Chief of Staff. By the way, good job, Sabo. And then it says, we're from the Revolutionary Army. Luffy's a good guy, isn't he? He hasn't changed a bit since we were kids. Bullshit. That made me so pissy at Sabo.
I mean, that's not the reason people are mad at him, but I think
But
he just
you
means
come in
personality
here.
wise.
No, but he isn't. He isn't the same. The only thing about Luffy that is the same from the time that we have met him is that he's still filled with goodness. He's still chaotic. There's a bunch of things about him that are very, very similar. But to say that he hasn't changed at all is crazy. Luffy isn't exactly the same. I would completely disagree with people when they say that. Luffy, from the lessons that he's learned from all the different people, has become a completely different leader. He looks at the world in a different way. He understood the need to take a break and not rush into everything and allow people to raise himself up. So I think that it's interesting that he comes in, he only spends 2 seconds with Luffy, and then he's like, still the same thing, hasn't changed at all. And that's actually a thing that we do to people. In psychology, we talk about how people can often change and they can start being very, very different people. But when they hang out with people that knew them before, they revert because the people they knew before are incapable of seeing who they are now.
Someone
And
pointed out something that
so,
I like, which is he might just be referring to him being a crybaby, because like that was their bit with him, and he cries the second he sees Sabo, and it was like an endearing thing. Like,
yeah, that's not what
go
it sees.
Luffy.
I mean, that's not what it says. I think that more than likely, Sabo sees himself as a changing, maturing, growing human being who is now the revolutionary chief of staff, but he doesn't see all the changes of Luffy. And I think a lot of people with little brothers, little sisters, other people that they are older than and have been mentor to are incapable of seeing the growth of the people who are under them. Even with parents and children, it's hard sometimes to see the people that you have helped to take care of as being growing, changing people who are different than
And
what
people
you
are
knew.
also bringing up that it could just be the core of his person that hasn't changed, which I think is fair.
Mm.
No, what pisses people off about Sabo, you're already at, which is he's fighting now for the flame fruit. And the second that happened, people were like, oh, we're replacing Ace with a new fire brother.
Yeah, I could see that. But I don't give a shit. I think Ace would have been thrilled that Sabo has it.
Yep.
I think Ace would have been like, awesome. I like that the one who gets my fruit isn't going to be some rando, that it's going to be Sabo. And I love Sabo, and I still do. I'm really hoping that Sabo doesn't try to revert Luffy to being a basic of who he was and not seeing all the changes that he went through. That's what I'm hoping happens. So when he sees, but it seems that weapons are being manufactured elsewhere. Where are they coming from? So when you start to think about it, I started to wonder if the government intentionally wants, they like that they have Doflamingo, in this position because they like, if you look at some of the boats that are going to different places, that are part of the government, that are in different countries, are able to put fake labels, look like pirates, et cetera, on their boat. So the government loves there being pirates on the water then, because the government, different lands and countries can disguise their boats as being pirate boats, and then they can get weapons, they can get other things and move them throughout the world freely under the guise of different people who are one of the 7 or the 4, and they can move all their shit over around the world and get all of the weaponry that they need, food they need, or black market things. So you could see why somebody who is into blind justice would be like, I want to get rid of that, because I think that the government is able to use the pirates as a way of having an ends to their own means. They can gain control, they can watch the world, they can move their weaponry around, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I also think there's an interesting division between the mentality of the government and the Navy, because the Navy, while they are part of the government, are not necessarily fully aligned with the world government when it comes to values.
I disagree, but Ellie, I completely disagree. She said, no, sorry, Mama, but there's an awkward way of interpreting. That's an awkward way of interpreting Sabo's comment. You've got to remember what the character is looking at and what they mean when they say things. I don't know what you mean by that.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say that Sabo, like, there's an endearing way to say they haven't changed, which is like, oh, good, the part of them that matters is still the same. Like, if you say that reassured about someone, I think that means that, like, the part that you think is important to who they were is still there.
No, he says he hasn't changed a bit since we were kids.
Hmm.
That's what he says. I'm looking at it.
Hmm.
That is not something that you can interpret. He just says he hasn't changed a bit since we were kids. And all that does is memorialize somebody at a specific time in their life.
All right.
And you haven't had enough time to hang out with him, get to know who he is, get to know what he's done. You've only watched him from a distance. So I would agree, there's a lot of Luffy that is the same, and there's a lot of core of Luffy that, thank God, hasn't changed, and he's still filled with that same kind of naivety and chaos. But I just don't like the statement.
Okay.
And so I think it's okay for me not to like the statement and to think that it just kind of reduces Luffy to just one thing.
Okay. You are
So
allowed.
when we're watching, and so I'm hoping that Sabo gets to see Luffy as being something more, and I'm hoping that he treats him as an equal. Because that was my worry, that when I saw that, I decided, hey, humans, back off. I'm allowed to feel that way. When I saw that, I decided that it would be awkward then if this is the way that Sabo feels, because it won't let him allow Luffy to be the adult that he is, right? So when they're making decisions, it would feel like Sabo would feel that Luffy would have to defer to Sabo's decisions because he's older and he's more important in this thing, and he has changed and grown into leadership. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I think at the end of Ace's life, Ace actually said, after he met Luffy with his crew, he said, like, Luffy's a great guy, but you know what, Jinbei? I'm really happy because now that I've seen his crew and I know who he is and the people that he has backing him up, I'm now not worried about him. Because he was saying, I know that he's grown and changed, and I know that he has people on his side, and I know that he now has people who believe in him and who can stand up with him. And so when Ace told Jinbei all of this, you could see that now Ace understood that Luffy had changed and grown. Whereas Sabo hasn't had the time with Luffy to know who he is or what he's gone through or seen him with his crew. So I'm hoping, my hope is that as we watch this, I don't have to watch Sabo be like, Luffy, I know better. I'm hoping that Sabo can see Luffy for who he is. That's my hope. But my worry is, having read this, that I was like, eek, I hope he doesn't start to just feel like he's in charge and he knows better.
We'll have to wait and find out.
We will definitely have to wait. Okay. Pet the boy.
The boy needs pets. That's very important.
I would agree that Jinbei is like Luffy's grandfather, and I think also because Jinbei got to see Ace talking about Luffy and got to see Ace talking about how and got to see Ace talk about how Luffy has changed and grown and how he has this great crew and he doesn't have to worry about him anymore and he's so much stronger than he was and he's so happy. I think that when Jinbei met Luffy and then saw Luffy do what he did and try so hard and work with his entire might to save Ace, I think that Jinbei has this really, like, he's like, Luffy is chaos. And then he saw Luffy under the water as well. Luffy is chaos and Luffy is insane. But Luffy is also, for some reason, there's something about Luffy where his madness is a method. And so I think that Jinbei is like a different level of fan of Luffy.
If we're talking about someone interacting with Luffy's madness and having to put trust in it and understand and coming to understand what it is to work with Luffy, we have to talk about Law in this arc reacting to the way Straw Hat is.
We definitely will. Because, just a minute. I didn't take my asthma medication. Okay.
You should do that. You should take medication. Law and Luffy are one of the funniest pairs in the series. Swear to fucking God. They are just hilarious.
Well, something that I really, really loved about this is I felt like, remember when we talked and I said that I felt like Law was somewhere in between Luffy and Blackbeard?
That he was even.
Yeah, that he was something in between. And then watching him here, you could see why that would happen with what Law's gone through, and you and I were talking about earlier, the interpretation you had about Law and his backstory first, so I can go into this.
Oh my God, do you want me to bring up this bit?
Yeah, go.
I've never seen people bring this up, but my favorite bit for a long time with Law has been Law could hear, wait, it's ad break time. We gotta wait this. We gotta wait. We hold off. We hold off.
Nope.
Do you have a fun fact about your world and your life for the subs?
Nope. Put up the botanical place for people to see.
All right, people can see a botanical beach.
Should be on the screen. Is it up yet? What about now? What about now? Okay, make it bigger. That's too small. Are you there? I can't hear you. Actually. Drock, you're muted. We can't hear you. Am I muted or is it just Drock that's muted? In a very different way. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Hello? Testing?
Okay, you're back.
Oh, cool. I can hear you again. Nice.
Yeah, you were muted that whole time.
Anyways, beach time. Oh, so now that we're back, now that ads are over, I'll talk about the thing about Law that I find so funny and no one talks about for some reason. I need to wake myself up. Shot of coffee.
I was just thinking the same thing about me. My brain is not braining.
The funny thing about Law that nobody talks about that I think is the best thing is if any Straw Hat is talking to Trafalgar Law about their backstory, any of them, Law can at any point just go, yeah, me too. Like, genuinely, let's play the game. You be a Straw Hat and I'll be Law. Tell me about your backstory.
Okay. Robin. All my place was destroyed. All my people.
Yeah, same.
Nami. My mom was killed.
Yeah, same. In front of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
And my parents were murdered.
Yeah, same.
And then the person that took care of me after my parents were murdered and I was found abandoned was also killed.
Yeah, it happened to me. Right in front of me.
Okay, I'm Frankie now. didn't
Oh,
find
good.
any value in myself, and the person who took care of me kept trying to make me like myself.
Yeah, no, that happened to me also.
Every one of them, we realized. I grew up rich.
I was raised to be a doctor. Grew up rich. I grew up in a junkyard. I got raised by pirates. I got raised by an
I
ex-marine.
I took a devil fruit to become a doctor.
Yep. There's so many details of Straw Hat backstories that Locke could just be like, yeah, me too, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Not a
absolutely
cook, though. He
wild.
does have that going for him.
Not a cook. He cooks. Just not like Sanji.
Yeah.
The only one we
Brooke
decided is
wins, yeah.
the only one is Brooke, but even with the give Bellamy a treat, even with Brooke, he has like I literally was on my deathbed about to die before I got my
I got as close to death by poison as I could. So I
exactly.
almost matched you there.
Yeah. My dad left me and I had to watch my mom die. Yeah,
Yeah.
he had to watch his sister die. His
Uh,
parents left and he had to watch his sister die. I got hit by a train or my had to escape from a boat of corpses. Yeah, exactly. He has one of the most tragic backgrounds.
Law's
The only
backstory is
one
so weirdly dense with Straw Hat backstory traits.
the only one
Oh
that
gosh,
he
Dog
isn't
Cam's frozen. I just gave him all sorts of treats and stuff, but he's frozen in place.
the only one that he isn't got an identical thing to or can't match up with is Brooke. So it's pretty crazy. Okay. This is what I was looking at. So in the
Dog Cam is broken. I'm so sad.
Naval HQ, Admiral Maynard the Pursuer, and oh no, here it is. The underground trading port shows these ships in the harbor that all have pirate ships on them. And then when you rip it off, Naomi says, they're made to look like pirate ships. But these are actually traders from the kingdom of the big shots. Nations from all over the world are here doing their dark business in this port. So when you look at it, you realize that, of course, the government would want Doflamingo to exist. And of course, the government would want him to run all his black market schemes because they all benefit from it. Everything from slave trade all the way to shipping illegal substances through the dark market. And as long as you have the pirates existing on the world, and just because you keep wondering, right? Like, why would the government want to continue to have pirates existing all over the world? Why wouldn't they just work really, really hard to actually eradicate pirates? And then when you realize, well, of course they're not going to eradicate pirates. They are letting their boats pretend to be pirates so they can get away with doing sketchy shit and benefit from
I mean,
it.
those are individual nations, not the world government as a collective, which is
But
worth
it's
knowing
not
there's a
that the world
difference there.
government doesn't know, right?
Most
Like
likely, yeah.
this is what you come to realize. This is the prediction is that of course the world government knows that this is taking place and they also benefit from it. Who's probably helping to make some of their weaponry that they use? Probably being done through the dark market. How are they moving stuff about? Probably through the dark market. And so they are also benefiting off of this, and so are all the different nations. So when you talk about fighting against all the nations and fighting against the government or getting rid of Doflamingo, it's a much bigger deal than it's first made out to be, because who's going to fight with you against Doflamingo if they're using Doflamingo to benefit?
I also think it shows a stark difference between the Marines and the world government, because the world government is like, yeah, you know, this can happen, and we are probably aware of it. Like CP0 is here, they probably know. Whereas the Navy are like Sengoku being like, we need to annihilate pirates. Balance doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Whitebeard helps balance the world and does mostly good. We must annihilate pirates. So I feel like the Marines are in this different state than the world government then, where the world government might have these gray areas and be like, yeah, things can operate in the shadows, whereas Marines are just like, pirates are bad.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about last time when we were saying there's a differentiation between the Marines and the world government, and we are not the same. And I think there would be a tendency to sometimes match them together and think of the Marines as being a
Yeah,
section of the world government,
because
but not
they are under the world government. They are part of it. Yeah, but
theoretically, and yet
mhm,
they are very different
mhm.
because I think
Ideologically,
that
it's a very distinct part.
ideologically they're very different. And I think that this is one of those times where we're supposed to notice as readers just how much difference there is between the world government and the Marines. Because you've got somebody with blind justice from the Marines saying, like, we need to take down the entire system of pirates of the 7 warlords. And meanwhile, the world government would probably be like, no, 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 that's one of the pillars that we're going to need because that's how we move shit throughout the planet. If we don't have pirates on the water, how are we going to move crap that we don't want to be seen as being moved by us? How are we going to benefit in ways that we don't want people knowing we're benefiting? And so having the pirates there is very convenient for not only different nations who are looking to use the black market, but for the world government itself. And then with inside of the Marines, they have a different idea of what justice looks like. So I thought that was a really interesting little piece that it put out there. I don't know why, but my my computer today or my monitor today has decided to turn off if it isn't moved all the time.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's not as cool as you think, though. Yeah.
All right. What are we moving on to next? Are we talking about your best boy?
Yeah, no. So when Law is being moved around by Luffy, I think this is a really important part of the story because Law first had to put himself in the hands of Korra. Korra is just like, I'm taking you, I'm moving you around, I'm looking for a cure, hearing about who you are, finding out that you were a D, broke me, I need to help you. And so that helped to rebuild some of who Law was after all the things that happened to Law occurred. Because Law was, Night Celio, because Law was broken, absolutely broken. You could see when he says he wanted to absolutely tear everything down. And Doflamingo has that same feeling as him. And then, boom, you go into Luffy. So he's actually handcuffed. He's unable to use his powers because he's handcuffed with sea prisms. And he has to rely on chaotic moving Luffy to keep him safe. And you can see this kind of thing building up in Law, where he realizes, like, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter what is put in front of you. Luffy is going to work to keep you safe. And Luffy is going to have your back this entire time. And Luffy is going to see your friendship as being important enough to put his life on the line. And I think that Luffy acts as therapy for Law. Like, it's that next piece of therapy, because it was one thing for somebody who was older than him, who saw him as a child that needed to be protected, to work on his behalf and to treat him like he was worth something. But it's another thing to have somebody who's younger than you, who sees your value and your worth, not because of what you're able to do, because your powers have been taken from you. And since he took the devil fruit, one of the only things that people use him for or think that he's important for is his devil fruit abilities. To have somebody like Luffy caring for you and carrying you literally on his back and putting his life on the line for you, despite the fact that you have no benefits from your devil fruit, you can't help out in any ways, you're literally dead weight, actually feels like a type of healing that you probably couldn't get from anywhere else. And so Luffy is kind of like that final therapist that makes Law feel like he has value and is somebody who is worthwhile. And so you think about him carrying this, what could conceivably seen as dead weight, and instead Luffy sees as a valuable person for who he is. And then when they get to the top and they see Bellamy, and immediately Luffy is absolutely pissed off and wants to protect Bellamy, it's when Law can see just how serious Luffy is about friendship and just how serious that Luffy is about valuing life and those who mean something to him. And I think that was a real type of therapy for Law that's going to change him as a person and how he acts in the future and let his character develop in a more rounded way.
I think that's really beautiful.
I do too. I really liked it. I was like, and kind of very much like Boa, in the way that Boa had only ever been seen as a sexualized version or beauty, and Luffy is like, your beauty means nothing to me. I'm immune to it. And that had a healing for Boa, that Luffy found value in her that was beyond what her looks were. And Luffy found value in Law in beyond what he could do for Luffy.
I mean, Luffy just has value in people. If you are not a bad person, if you don't want to hurt people, You are worthwhile to Luffy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Paladin. Like Luffy is Law is 26 right now, and Luffy is carrying him like a child and moving him throughout the world and helping him survive, even though it's actually taking away from Luffy's abilities to survive and slowing him down. And I think that it's fantastic. I mean, he knows that he's going to get the keys, eventually. But I was like, you know what, Luffy, you're doing the big work there, therapist Luffy.
The boy needs it.
And I was so happy with Cavendish. Not at first. Cavendish is running around being like, I need to be so important. Everything about me needs to be so important. And then Cavendish kind of just gets over it and realizes that in order to do this work, I'm just going to need to stop needing to be the most important thing and just be here. I mean, it did take his horse getting his head bit. That horse better be okay, P.S. That horse better be freaking okay. And then having Cavendish be like, no, you move forward. It is less important that I be a big deal. What? The horse is dead?
What? The horse is dead?
This person says the horse is dead.
Oh, wow. I didn't know the horse is dead.
No. People are the horse dead.
There's a debate. Nope, he lives. They're a liar. He's not. Okay, it seems like more people say the horse is not dead.
Oh my god. I was gonna be so crushed. They're like, horse is dead. Sneaky monkey. So I thought it was really amazing that Cavendish was like, yeah, okay, maybe being the most important thing in the room in the world and having all this attention on me isn't what matters. What matters is in the long run is each one of us has to do our part. We have to play a part, and only together are we going to win. And so I thought it was just amazing when Cavendish stopped and is like, no, you go on, you take care of Flamingo, and I'm going to fight these guys here. I was like, oh, so proud of you right now. I can't
Cricket,
even.
it's document time after Mama does her bit about Rocinante.
About what?
Rocinante. Corazon.
Why?
Because Cricket has a piece about Rocinante that you were going to read, but we have to wait until after you've done your part on that first.
All right. I'm going to go into the colored version now because I only have these weird things in here and I want to go into it in here instead.
Yeah. Do you know the name of, on the note of horses, I was going to bring this up. Do you know the name of Don Quixote's horse from the story Don Quixote?
Is it Cavendish?
No. It's
What is it?
Rocinante.
Oh, that's really awesome.
Yeah. He is named after a horse.
Oh, I love that. Okay, I'm going to go to wherever I am in here. He's a pack mule. Okay, let me go in. Sorry, humans, you're going to have to deal with this.
Through a suffering horse.
750. Okay, let's go in. Do. And here we go. Boom. Okay. Ugh. I was so angry watching all those people. Hey, I didn't get to watch the anime, so
Yeah.
flew me in. How
Yeah.
is the one-legged soldier moving? Is he just hopping quickly?
Yeah, pretty much. I think he's got a rollerblade maybe from there's that crazy. Am I made up? He skates. He has a skate. He's got a little roller skate. I'm not crazy.
I don't see a skate on his foot inside of the manga. So
maybe they just added that to the anime because it was too hard to animate him hopping.
Yeah, because in the manga, he doesn't have a skate on his foot when he's human. He only has
when
a
he's
skate
human, he
when...
hops.
Okay, so he hops around. That is actually what occurs.
That is actually what happens. Yes.
Okay, I really hope Law gives him some sort of a leg.
That'd be really nice if he did that.
Because if I'm going to be honest, this whole like hopping around thing when he's running away from people and he's just hopping away on his leg, I'm like, how he do that?
He's just hopping so fast and so hard. You've never seen someone hop like this.
I love the fight in between the okay, this part I do love. And I don't love Mr. Pinkface because I don't know what it means to be so hard-boiled, but I do love the fight between the two real men of Frankie and Pink, where they square off against each other and they're like, we're going to have a fight for real men. And then they're like, diaper balls. They start bringing out the most ridiculous things. Okay, here we go. This is what I was curious about. Go ahead.
Well, just the idea that a fight for real men means it's not that shit that Dofi and Luffy are going to be doing where you're using its special attacks and dodging and trying to block. It's just, no, hit for hit. We'll take turns.
Yeah, but the way that they do it is just the most hilarious thing. The moves that they both use.
Yep.
I'm going to get there afterwards because I'm not there. I'm just thinking ahead. Because I was watching the fight and Sabo was using his new fruit, and then he said that his hands are actually dragon claws.
Yeah, well, to get the fruit, he broke the arena by using some sort of dragon claw something, put his hands on the arena and fucking exploded it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
But he says here that you're no match, da 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 da, and he said my fingers are the claws of a dragon.
That is what he said, yeah.
Yeah. It's really kind of making me wonder what else is taking place inside of there that we're not aware of.
Probably nothing.
Yeah, no. Second manliest fight in history. Probably nothing at all. I was so glad that Usi was okay.
Usi lives.
That Usi took them through. But it was a guarantee that they were going to be being fooled and that we were going to run into Doflamingo. That was a guarantee. I was pretty sad that they couldn't tell that they were being led astray. Also, don't let me forget that I wanted to do the Jinbei chivalrous journey with the lost sea kitten, but not yet.
How about for the sake of expediency, why don't we save that for the tier list stream when we add to the cover stories?
Okay, but it's really important it gets hit since I think it's part of the...
All right, we can bring it up because if it's part of your theories about sky gods.
Yeah. I kind of need to hit on it. Okay, my brain doesn't feel orderly, so here's what we're going to do.
My brain also doesn't feel orderly today. I got so hyped about the realization that there was the parallels between this and the whole story, just like with Alabasta. And then that took all of the remaining juice my brain had, I think. I've gone from my editor visiting to family visiting, and it has, while being just as busy, and I am very tired is all. I'm not, everything's good. I'm just exhausted, y'all.
Be careful or I'm going to get a wellness check.
You did get a wellness check. I apologize.
Because you're very, very tired and stressed.
Look, to be fair, that day for the Patreon stream, I had like 10 minutes to get ready and was freaking out.
I love the way that they got all the people up in the air. I also think that it was a really good way for Oda to get to draw the skirt lifting. But when they got Robin and all of them to go up in the air with the Tontella airline yellow kaboo, and they have them, how many little bugs holding them and flying in circles above their head. I thought that was absolutely so cute. I just love them going up on their little flight.
Kaido raises a good point. I forgot to upload the new emote to Twitch, so I'm going to do that, and hopefully it will auto-approve. I'm going to add an emote.
You mean so that people can use it right now?
Exactly.
Poor Bellamy.
Hopefully it auto-approves.
I really hope that Bellamy gets to move on and become somebody who is not attached to Doflamingo. That skill that Doflamingo has to cover everything in his strings and create a prison, by the way, a birdcage. That's terrifying.
The birdcage is horrifying. It's so scary. Like, Doflamingo's fruit in general is so crazy. He has pushed it to its fucking limits, and it is terrifying.
I think one of the greatest things in here is at the Smile Factory when all the little guys are working inside, and from the outside, they use all the bees to say, unlock it from the inside. And they're like, what's going on? We've been fooled. We've been fooled? What does that mean? Fight! I think that was so fantastic. I was like, that is the way that should have been done. It was incredible because all they cared about is that their princess was sick and that they were helping their princess out. So it just meant so much to me that they were like, "Oh, if we've been fooled, well, in that case, you're screwed. We are gonna fight."
They're such good little dudes.
And I was the Samurai of Wano, the Evening Shower Conjuro, is so cool.
There is a long history of characters in anime who have the ability to draw stuff into reality. And I've never seen the bit done before where they're bad at art. So it just, all of the things they make just aren't very good.
It was so cool to have them be a shitty drawer made it so much better. Like when they drew the bird at first and they're like, "Oh my god, you're able to do that?" And they're like, "Yeah, but the bird is so badly drawn that it can't even get people up." And I was like, this is the most amazing bit. And then when you saw him draw them all ladders out and they were shitty and everyone is trying to climb out, I was, God, this joke cannot get
People using badly drawn props to try to escape is so good. It's like Oda has, someone's tried to help Oda out by being like, I need to help these characters, and drawn little help into the comic, but they're a bad artist.
Thank you a ton, Samurai. Jeez, these are so crooked I can barely climb. Stifle your impertinent mulings. Great. And that bird, that whack bird is fantastic. I love him. I want to give him a name. They didn't give him a name. His name is Carl now. Carl the bird. The Princess's Aid Muji is so cute. I can hear her
How did they translate
crying.
it for you? For us, for the translation I got, it was Mancheri.
Oh, I got Muji. Mouji. Muji.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Oh,
Carl
by the way,
is.
for tier 1 subs, it should be the new mod that is of Kaito Luminous's, our first mods, Asona, should be available now.
Carl Bird is amazing. I can't believe the very first time that I see any of the Straw Hats get physical with somebody, it's to do the weird thing where Frankie decides to dislodge the Smile Factory manager, Queen, by giving her a kiss. And then she's unable to think after that moment and just becomes a useless thing on the side. But the good thing that comes out of that is the manliest fight in the history of manliness.
I love their manly fight of you're not allowed to block or dodge. It's just taking turns.
Yeah. Oh, they're so hard-boiled. I ain't letting you destroy the factory. If you're a man's man, prove it with your fist. A real man's fight is about to begin. Diaper bombs, nipple light special.
This fight, when we do our One Piece and gender stream, this fight is coming up for sure.
Oh, it's so good.
Because this is absolutely a parody of over-the-top masculinity.
The nipple lights are very dangerous.
Ad has started. But we have a level 1 hype train. Thank you, everybody.
That was my very favorite fight, I think, in the entire thing. We've got some wicked fights, and here I am,
good.
like, diaper bomb and nipple.
My favorite yet.
Diaper bomb and nipple light is my very favorite. Also, the king, who was a great guy.
It's ad time, so if you don't want to move on, by the way.
Oh, well, I can say this when everyone's not around. The king, who's supposedly such a great guy, the first king.
Oh, the ad got delayed. Never mind. Keep going, I guess.
Had a punishment room where he put Viola or Violet.
I somehow missed that fact.
She's like, where is the princess? Where is the Tontata princess Mancheri being held? And she's looking, where is she? It must be a place I haven't checked in years. And then she goes all through the thing, and all of a sudden she says, I've spotted her at last. And then they're like, "Oh, where? Um, forgive me. Where is it? Wait, you mean you spotted? Such a disgrace. I am repaying my debt with the back of my hand, blah, blah, blah." And then she goes, um, "Where is Mancherry? I found her in the palace. She's in the punishment room. She's in a small room behind the chapel. Do you remember?" "Oh, yeah, the punishment room." "What?" "Yes, and indeed, it is a room where Lady Viola gets put when she's been bad."
Oh, so that's a now thing, not a back in the day thing. It
"No, it's
sounds
a
like.
back in the day thing. She's a little girl."
Oh, well, in that case, probably just a timeout room.
You need to see it and remember, but let's just go into it. It says, "When we visited the palace and we played pranks with Lady Viola, King Raikou would punish us by sending us to that room. And then Lady Scarlet would come. Did you get scolded again? You guys never learn." "It wasn't me, sister. I didn't break the plate. It was Leo and them. Lady Viola said that we could break them. I said you could touch them. I'll go and apologize with you later. Here's some fruit." And then they're in a like quiet, dark room with bars on the windows, and they're all being held in there.
This is just timeout.
Uh-huh.
This is a normal timeout.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with no.
You know when there's a normal timeout and you send your kid into like a jail cell in your old castle?
Are you claiming that that's what your
To be
childhood was
fair,
like?
yeah, I think if you were royalty, you would have sent us to like just some not used old guest room in our castle for timeouts.
Alone in a room that you could lock that had all like brick walls? I don't think so.
I could see
Uh,
it.
what?
Like if you had a prison room, you'd probably use it for timeouts. Is all I'm saying. I think most people would.
Hells no.
Cricket says
If
that's what happened
anything,
to him when he bit people.
if you are if you are in that position, then there's no way that you don't have yourself like somebody take care of the kids and you just like take the kids out of here. You need to go over there so I don't have to hang out with them anymore. That is the only thing I can see happening. I love the go ahead and use the Mr. Luffy when he builds the steps out of more and more every time. This barrier ability is cooler and cooler and
Barrier
cooler.
fruit, very good.
Building the
Oh, we're
stairs
actually
up.
in an ad break now. It's a real ad break, not a fake ad break like those old bad breaks.
I'm liking what you're doing here, even though you're not doing line art.
I'm doing what I can. We're figuring it out.
No, I like it. I can't believe you would say that you think that I would stick you in a punishment room.
See it?
Oh my god, I would never have stuck you in a punishment room.
I don't think it'd be for a long time.
Still wouldn't have put you in a punishment room. How do you look your kids in the eye after you're like, "Here, go to this dark ass room"?
I mean,
It
it's
makes
basically just what being grounded is if you're poor enough that that's what rooms look like.
No, because when you're grounded, you're in your room. You have your comforts and your blankets and your teddy bears and your
Yeah,
bed.
but if you're poor enough, that's what the room looks like.
It doesn't have brick walls and bars on the windows.
It might be. I bet there's
And it's
houses
not
like that.
and it's not called the punishment room.
That is the part that makes it worse.
Yeah, the punishment room. And now your childhood is so sad to me now that you're like, I could see you putting me in a punishment room.
I don't think for a long time.
Oh my
I
god,
don't
I
think
would never.
often. I think the
Oh
novelty would
my
appeal to
god.
you if you lived in a castle.
Oh my god, I would never put you in a freaking punishment room.
Well, you don't own one, so we'll never have proof one way or the other.
Ah, you're saying that my character is such that I would be the kind of mother who would be like, and now the punishment room.
I think you'd find it novel and funny enough to do it at least once, yeah.
Oh, if you mean novel and funny, where I stick you in and I'm like, and now the punishment room, and then I laugh and laugh and I open the door and I'm like, just kidding. Yeah, for sure, I would do that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think I'm in there for long, but I think it would happen.
No, it'd be like a minute, and I'd be laughing my ass out outside, and you'd be like, "Are you serious?" And I'd be like, "Yes, you're in the punishment room now."
No, I was grounded, but there is a distinction between being grounded and being in the punishment room.
There's a huge distinction. Drop was a great kid. Because now you're talking at a time, the punishment room, when we have Ruby Frank and her weird business partner person who had like abused her 8 children and has just been like
I did
all
not
over
know about
TikTok.
this.
Yeah, they were completely emaciated and like their arms were just twigs and their legs were twigs and she'd been like taping them up. Drop was an amazing kid. He was actually like a really, really good human being. Yeah, look up
Probably
Ruby
true.
Frank. Or
I'm
don't,
not
because
going
it
to,
will,
maybe.
or it'll crush your soul. It's so upsetting, those poor little babies. I hope she gets eaten when she's in prison.
Okay.
I hope a tiger is set loose and it accidentally eats her entire
You
herd.
hope that they set a tiger loose in the prison.
Just the one that she's in, and then she gets eaten is
A
all I'm hoping.
punishment room would be soft for an Asian parent, not gonna lie. I can't speak to that, but chatter, I'll take your word.
Ridiculous. Okay, are we back from the thing yet?
Damn,
The
y'all
thing
coming
that
down
is an
harsh on
ad?
me. I'm fine. I barely torment people at all.
I need to know so I can begin packing. Interesting. Okay, there is the cutest freaking made my heart so happy moment here. When dude
Okay.
has to turn around and says, "Go ahead and use him, Mr. Luffy," and then he turns around backwards and Cavendish is like, "Why are you facing in that direction?" And then Luffy is like, "Wow, this is a huge help. Thank you, Mr. Roosterhead. Thank me, no, thank you for being born." And he's crying. And he's like, "Now I can jump straight up to the top." And Law's like, "Just do it already." And they start running up there and he's down at the bottom and he goes, "Don't worry, you got this." He screams up to him and he goes, "There's a limit to how much a barrier surface I could deploy at once, and I used it all on the stairs, but it's better this way. I'd be happy to die for Mr. Luffy's sake." And then Cavendish is like, "Oh my god, you were such a handful." But then Robin says, "I understand how you feel, Rooster. Our captain is worth the risk of our lives."
It's so sweet.
And then she says under
Evan.
that, she says right under that, "In every situation, Luffy is the trump card that can lead us all to victory." And then she
Oh.
stands there and goes, "Gigantus Mano," and her huge hands come up. And I was just like, oh, I understand how you feel, Mr. Rooster. Our captain is worth risking our lives. That was amazing. My heart almost melted in a way I can't even express. The fight between Fujitora and Sabo was so, so fantastically
Admiral
epic.
versus second in command of the revolutionaries.
Oh, so epic. And it was also so epic because we got to see that with his new ability, like, because clearly Sabo has a massive amount of training behind him. Because when he goes into this fight, it isn't like he's sitting there and trying to, "Mama, I'm at packing your order. I have pins, but I need to be told I can send them because they may be spoilers." I don't think they're
Oh,
spoilers, especially by the
no,
time
I
they
took a
come
look.
through.
It looks good, dude. Don't Cricket. Don't you worry. I thought I said so. Um,
Okay.
it's like, in theory, you don't know what a smile fruit looks like yet, like what the actual fruit looks like. That is the only spoiler. Is like,
Oh, no, they show
no,
them
they
here
show them. Yeah,
when
you know that it's
where
fine
the
then.
little
Yeah,
Tata
they show them in the
kids when
factory. Yeah, you're all good.
yeah, the little Tata kids are in the factory and spelling them out.
Yep, you're fine. Who's a better simp for Luffy, Roosterhead or Boa? Tough.
I think it's Roosterhead.
Damn. The simp powers, the simp off.
I'm sorry, but Rooster can't even look at Luffy. Like, Boa does some of those moments where she has to look down and she can't look directly at Luffy, But also, Roosterhead is simping for all of them.
True. All the Straw Hats.
All of the Straw Hats, but whenever he sees Luffy, Bardo has to turn his back and stare off and be like, I can't even look at him. Thank you for being born. So Roosterhead, in my opinion, is a bigger simp. And then when Robin makes the Gigantesco Mano, and the huge hands comes out, and she says, "You won't lay a hand on Luffy." And then Roosterhead is in the background, and he goes, "Yeah." Like, it's so good. I'm in
cute.
love with that character. And when I first met him, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this guy. Like, I just don't know if he's it for me. And then I was like, shut up.
In my
fantastic.
opinion, you have yet to get to my favorite Barto moment.
Your favorite? Well,
of Dressrosa.
I really love that they put sunflowers all around here, and I wondered whether or not the sunflowers were a thing that had been planted before or were planted by people after, because sunflowers have like deep meaning all over the entire world, blah blah blah. But sunflowers also have the ability to take poison out of the ground and to rid an area of toxins. And I like to think about all the things that happened to that kingdom after the king was forced to cut down his people. You have to add a Bellamy. So now you have to add a Pendaman and a Bellamy.
Don't worry, Pondaman's already in here.
Pondaman. Oh, cool. Now Bellamy. But the other thing is that sunflowers are associated with, positive, happiness, vibrancy, and sunshine, obviously, like Luffy. But they're also represent, let me just look where it is. Resilience. And the bright, positive energy. Where's the one that I wanted that I was like, that one? Nope, got lost. Nope, got lost. Here we go. Why do I have something about the Apostle Jesus in here? That's weird.
Probably thinking about Jesus Burgess?
Maybe. Okay, so they represent prosperity, but weirdly, the sunflowers represent unity and are a common tradition for talking about standing up for rights and unification, because they are single flowers all standing above the darkness and anger below. So there's this idea that the soil beneath has been tampered with by years and years of fighting, and then the sunflowers grow out of toxic soil. Sunflowers don't need good soil to grow. And so they grow out of the toxic soil. And yeah, Luffy's shirt is also sunflowers. And then they stand above the toxicity, they clean the ground and turn it back into good soil and good times. And it's meant to also be a symbol of unity, standing up for what you believe in. And the sunflower are single petals the whole way around, which is why they say that it's because each individual is important in your society, and together you create the light as one. And so when I saw a sunflower field in it growing beside the area, I thought about how they're trying to grow unity and strength as a representation out of all of the bad things that had happened in this area. And then Luffy is also wearing a sunflower shirt. And I was like, could be reading into this. And then I was like, no. Because I remembered the Japanese girl who was in my class, and when I asked people to choose one flower that would represent their character when we were doing character analysis, she was like, how am I going to choose just one flower? And she was like, they have all these aspects, which would be all these flowers. And it was just commonplace for her. She said, yeah, in Japan, we all know the different meanings of flowers. Like, it's kind of a thing we do. So I was like, I can see him choosing the sunflower intentionally for that reason. Yeah, and then the sunflowers also do always face the sun. They move throughout the day. When I was in Germany and Switzerland and riding my bike through the countryside, I got to see all the sunflowers movement, because later on in the day when we went home, they were all facing in a different direction. It was pretty cool, all the fields. Okay, boom. I am moving forward. Okay, this was one of my very favorite parts, and it makes everybody so happy in their heart because they love God Usopp. But could Usopp's sniper be any cooler? You watch frickin' Sugar come out, and Sugar sucks with, speaking of suns, with the light of a million suns. It took me 10 long years to make thousands upon thousands of little toy slaves. And in one instant, all of my hard work is undone. Revenge will be simple, just a brush of my hand, and it will be as though you never existed. And then, here is what's interesting. She villained too hard. She did the slow walk, and she was like, let me just slow walk up to you rather than just running over and smacking you with my hand.
To be fair, she's in the body of like an 8-year-old child. I feel like an 8-year-old running at someone's just way too. Luffy might not react anyways. Oh, she's 10? Okay.
She's 10, plus it's Luffy. She could have run around, and he would have been
Never
like...
mind. Luffy's not suspicious of anything.
No. And then Usopp's. Do you understand the severity of the situation? Just a few minutes ago, I got chills down my back when I realized that Robin had been a toy, meaning that I never even knew that I'd forgotten her. If Sugar touches him, we'll even forget about Luffy. I can't stand the idea that our comrades could disappear, and we would never know it. We have got to stop her. And then using his skills and the drawing and using Viola's sight and her ability to see what's taking place, and then seeing the design that he created, that all of a sudden when he lets it go, though, he goes, here it goes, super grown up, great black Kabuto. You're not going to get away with this. And then he goes, what's this? I can see their spirit. Boom! Our baby has got himself some hockey. Let's go, Usopp!
If we're going back to the theory that we brought up before, that observation hockey is how you see people, Usopp seeing people's spirit makes so much sense.
100%.
Like not as in ghost, as in like seeing their spirit, their character, their what makes them who they are.
Exactly. And it was really amazing. Gold star? Oh yeah, because I said that Usopp would have
hockey. Would have observation hockey. Yeah. Gold star for that. And crazy range indeed.
Star. Oh my god. And so Usopp having this type of observation hockey too. The ability for him to see their spirit, come on. That's an incredible ability, especially if you are a person who is a sniper. But lest I forget, one of the coolest lines in this that I almost went by and sugar-coated. Is when he said this, I don't care about the details. They're not answering their snails and we don't have time. I'm a sniper, and backup is where I shine. I shoot down the enemy by surprise to protect my people.
He goes into detail here about how he doesn't care about credit or glory this time, and he's doing what he's doing just to protect his captain, and I love it. Because this is this is a story, this saga, again, all the way from the return to Sabaody up to here, everything has been about how you choose who you're loyal to and what you do for them. And this is him choosing selflessly to just fight for his captain.
Exactly. It was unbelievable. And everyone fought to protect him. And when everyone came to the top, first of all, let's just say, everyone comes to the top and they pull him down. But then he goes, the target is beyond the walls. If I miss, Luffy is gone. Guess what, Luffy? I don't want to hit the seas without you, man. Who else is going to save this kingdom? Here it goes. And then he sends it off. And I love how it goes in, it goes like this. 1, a breeze from the west to the east. Wind speed is 4. A slight tailwind, 2. And then it shows first booster, exploding star, projectile rise, rear end detaches 3. And it literally shows the different pieces of his weaponry that he's created, breaking down, extra booster, wrapper falls away, projectile flies horizontal. Like he took the wind speed, the direction, everything, and he put it all into his calculations and sends it off. And then he doesn't even hit. It doesn't have to hit. It's just meant to reawaken the trauma. And I was like, holy shit, man.
Like,
That
even
was
Usopp is like, even me at this distance, I don't think I can hit, so I need a weapon that just needs to get near her.
exactly. That was unbelievable. And then she goes, that was unbelievable, Usopp. How did you manage that? You're incredible. You defeated Sugar. Oh my God. And then when the people get to the top, the exact same thing that we were talking about before, that idea of loyalty, because they get up there, they think they're just going to attack and pull them down. And they see their king, and their king is protecting Usopp, and they're standing there, and then all of a sudden they're like, no, tell us what to do. Tell us how to do this. And they just go right back to their faith in their king. And they realize, like, we have been traumatized. We have been forced to kill people that we cared about. We have been forced to run around and kill people that we loved and be controlled. We understand that we were wrong. Tell us what to do. And then what does the king say? I have faith in Luffy. Oh, God, that's so good. It's so good. I like that when Luffy gets to the top and he sees Doflamingo, and he sees that Doflamingo has Bellamy, then he just immediately goes into the protection of Bellamy. And Doflamingo can't even imagine it. Like, he can't even imagine this idea that somebody like Luffy would spend his time wasted on protecting somebody like Bellamy. And he's like, the two of you fought against each other. He tried to kill you. And this is where Luffy is like, yeah, no, I don't care about the past. Let Bellamy go. And it was just like, we're friends now. We're who we are now. I don't care about who he was. We are friends. Let him go.
I love
And I
that
thought
Luffy
that was
can see growth in Bellamy, even if Bellamy doesn't see that growth because he's stuck with Doflamingo.
exactly. And this is what I was trying to talk about with Sabo. Like, it's fine, and I hope it changes with Sabo. But Luffy is so able to see change in people. He can see somebody be who they were, and then they grow and they change, and they show Luffy that there's more to them than they even know that they have in themselves. And Luffy is like, no, I can see who you are. I see you. And I know that you've changed. And I know who you've become. So be that person. And so I think that's why for me it was such a difference because I had the foil of Luffy saying to Bellamy, you're wrong. I know who you are now and you've changed. And Sabo saying Luffy hasn't changed at all. And that's what for me was like a big, ooh, that's weird. I hope that doesn't continue in the future. I felt so bad for Luffy when he kicked Bellamy in the face.
Yep. I think this is going to be one of those things, by the way, where it is going to pick up a lot of flack that you are bothered so much by this one line, and people are going to be coming at you for it. But I think it's fair to dislike it. It comes across as innocuous to me, but I get not liking it. But also, I think people underestimate character development in One Piece a lot, and I've talked to you about this before, and it's because it's subtle character development. It's like very small things that if you're not paying attention to subtext, you don't notice, because like the change that the characters go through aren't spelled out. They don't tell you, oh, you grew because you did this thing. You do have to put the pieces together to see character development in One Piece. They don't tell you how the characters change ever. They don't tell you the difference between Usopp being like, how can I live up to my friends if I don't do this, in previous arcs, to him in this arc saying, how can I live up to myself? How can I look at myself if I don't do this?
I completely agree. And not only that, like, I'm okay with people being pissed off if I'm reading into a line, because I'm not reading into it. All I'm doing is looking at it and wondering. Like, I'm wondering, is this going to be how Sabo has a relationship with his brother now? Right? Like, when you hear that, I think as a reader, am I being told, and I don't know because I haven't got there yet, but I wonder, am I being told that this is going to be the way he sees it? And I guess the reason it bothered me is because I see Luffy constantly noticing when people change and constantly having faith in people to be even better than they were. And so I'm hoping that that's what Sabo ends up feeling about Luffy. And so I just hope that that's what their relationship ends up being in the end. That is all. What you just did, promise me, Straw Hat, letting your anger and hatred control you is just what the enemy wants. Control it. Provoking you is exactly what he's good at. Which is an understatement because he puppeteers people.
Yeah.
Right? So he's literally trying to puppet people. So that's a controlling of the emotion. So if he can get your emotion and control your body, both, perfect for him. I even had to call you because did you watch this in anime?
Oh yeah, I got it before then, but I did watch it in anime. The thing is, you also missed that there was fire with Hody Jones, so you weren't ready for it.
Yeah, I was like, did I miss that? And you were like, yeah, you did. You missed the fire. I don't think that I noticed that the fire to the extent that I did here because I didn't read that one in color. Whereas in here, Luffy's whole body is surrounded by fire for Red Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reading it in color so you can see the way that the flames dance and everything. I love this idea that they switched places and then he got punched in the face.
Well, yeah, because Dofi, for all the underestimating he does do, Dofi is fucking aware that if this kid can do anything, it's punch people. He knows Luffy has punched a lot of people out of their jobs. So Luffy, but Dofi's like, yeah, this kid can hit, so I'm gonna make him fight the copy. I'm in front of Law. I'm fucking fine because, like, Law, I know his fighting style. I know I can handle this. And as Luffy's about to land Red Hawk, Law shifts who's who, and a jet of fire gets punched through Dofi's stomach because he was not ready to take that hit from Luffy.
It was so good. That
This is
Red
the
Hawk
second
is
Celestial
so
Dragon he's
good.
punched, true.
And it really makes you think about, like, I think that Luffy is going to be a sun god, and Luffy suddenly getting flame abilities and being able to use flame abilities in any way, I think is attached to his sun god abilities.
Because he's been in Gear Second when he's used them, people are thinking it might be the heat of Gear Second being channeled into fire has been the popular theory for it, just that you're aware. But a lot of people were also like, that's insane. What? Why is he on fire?
Yeah, I think it's sun god. I think what we're seeing is his sun god abilities coming out because, like, this person just said, I wonder if Luffy smells like burning rubber. I literally said to myself, fire's not great for rubber. Like, fire is famously been something that's not awesome for rubber. And so,
yeah.
Murmurok, what do you think of Don Flamingo's father and his willingness? Yeah, we'll look at that in a minute, Haberfax.
We
So
will.
I was like, not a great thing to suddenly be catching on fire. But if your other ability is as a sun god, then you're going to have to get used to that because I think that you are going to heat up and have more and more access to heat and sun and flame. And I think that that would be tremendous, and I cannot wait. I want to move forward into the backstory. Okay. I could not believe the last little while of this from like 761 to 767 is wild. All the people of the town are trying to kill other people. They're being manipulated. The animals are smashing their heads in. Poor Bellamy is being manipulated. You've got the fight taking place on the top, and then boom, we go into this. Oh, here. Okay, so let's get the executions underway, says Dofi, starting with you, Law. And then he said, "There's something that doesn't add up. You're a former celestial dragon who fell from grace in Marijois. How do you still wield the power? Just this morning, you mobilized CP0 into action. Oh, you really want to know before I die? Yeah, do a little villainous backstory. It's because I know all about the crucial treasure that exists within the sacred Marijois, and the very knowledge of its existence would shake the world to its foundation."
I have
And then
been
it shows him
very,
going,
very torn about something here.
okay.
Because there is a linguistic clue that Japanese people had that led to theories in the Japanese fan base community that no English speaker had. But it's one of those things where the word can be interpreted multiple ways. And I feel like if I tell you, you may think I am leading you about something. But there were
Okay.
theories that the Japanese fan base had about this theory. It is the thing that Archer pointed out, because from what I understand, this was a thing the Japanese community had theorized about. Yeah,
Okay.
that's who I learned it from, but supposedly it's a thing in the original Japanese.
The
What
problem
do
is
people think?
I can't look it up, the
Yeah,
alternate
exactly. So what do
translation
people think?
without
Do I
you.
give the alternate meaning of this word for mama, or do I not? I want people's opinion on this. I'm seeing a mix. I think we need a... People are saying it's fair. I'm seeing more yes than no. There are no's, but I'm going to go for a yes. Should we do a poll? Let's do a poll. We got a poll for tell or don't tell. At the end of this poll, if tell wins, I'm going to tell you the alternate meaning of what is being said with the national treasure.
Okay.
Because it's something that, like, you could read and translate it both ways. So Japanese readers kind of had access to both. It's like with Celestial, why I said, yeah, some people call them the 5 elder stars, but some people call them, in Japanese, they could also be called the 5 elder planets. I told you that because, like, Japanese readers had access to both ways.
Right. I
It's
see.
similar to that.
Oh, I would like to know then, because it would change my way in a lot of things. And I'm stupid today, but I'm not going to be stupid forever.
Well, we are going to see how this poll goes. Let's see. Tell is winning. Do you want to keep going for another minute and a half while that poll is wrapping? I wish I wouldn't be stupid forever, someone in chat says.
Oh, Jelly, I am so dumb today. I have so many theories and ideas, and my brain is like,
We had some pretty good stuff earlier talking about the idea that this, like Alabasta, could be a reflection of Greater One Piece, because, or I'm not like Skypiea, because of all the like connections of this three-tiered system that feels like it lays over really cleanly onto the Celestial Dragons, humans and non-humans.
Shorps, whenever you're feeling dumb, just remind yourself. That's what I always say. I'm stupid today, but I'm not going to be stupid
Hey guys,
forever.
this part's going to be cut out of the video, so I can feel free to say, and people won't get mad at me for being political, that it sure does feel like Oda's trying to say something about how politics around racism distract us from the actual separation between the wealthy and powerful and the poor and powerless.
Is it done now?
It's almost
I
done.
want
We're
to know.
getting there.
I want to know.
It's almost done. At the boy, the problem is boy cam is off. Boy, come up
Hey,
here.
I'm just this in the meantime. I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
Okay. Go back. Here we go. And then it shows Still Don Flamingo, which was such Robin vibes. Hey, the Robin running throughout the world trying to hide while everyone is trying to kill her because she has information.
Oh yeah.
Which completely shows this is a normal thing for all of the dragons to do, is just hunt people down and take them out when they have information that you don't want them having.
By the way,
To
the poll is
them,
over when you're ready.
I was the worst kind of fugitive, one with an ace up his sleeve. Once the celestial dragons realized they couldn't kill me, they grew quite cooperative. If only I had the power of the op fruit in my grasp on that specific day years ago, I would have been able to make use of Marijois' treasures to seize true world power. That
So,
is how valuable and useful those powers are.
you can think about what that means. The alternate translation is not just that it could be translated instead as of he knows what the treasure is, as he knows who the treasure is.
Okay.
That is the alternate translation, basically. Because tell won 79% of the vote.
Who the treasure is. Interesting. Interesting. And can it mean more than one who? Is it able to be pluralized or is it only a singular who?
I think singular because it's either what or who.
It is Zoro's boobs. That person is not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. That is really valuable
The
information.
secret treasure of Marijois is Zoro's tits.
I think it's interesting that he says, I would have been able to make use of the Marijois treasure to seize true world power. That is how valuable and useful those powers are. Not only for the personality switching surgery, but one even greater ability. The hand skilled enough, blah, blah, blah. So it is the ultimate devil fruit, the ability to have eternal light or the immortality operation. Why would the immortality operation be so useful to a person who knows who the treasure is? Would you give immortality to the person? And that's what I was going to say. That's why I'm wondering about the who instead of the what. So I think that that could go either way.
There is a fan theory about it, but it didn't emerge until quite a bit later, so I'm not going to tell you the fan theory until we get to the point that that theory emerged. And if you come to it first, that'd be crazy.
Because I don't think that the treasure then of the dragons could be the who the treasure is and have it be Luffy, because Luffy wouldn't be a treasure. And if it was a what, all right, I'm going to play with that a little bit later because you shouldn't be playing with things when your brain isn't smart. But my brain will be smart soon again. And then when my brain is smart again.
Someday soon, smart brain coming to a theater near you.
I'll have smart brain again tonight. My tummy just feels unhappy. You've just kind of blown my world wide open.
I mean, you could just sit with that, come back to it.
Law's backstory is so crushing.
It's so sad in so many ways. I mean, it's the ultimate Straw Hat backstory. He has all of them mixed together. He has all of the sads at the same time.
It is absolutely crushing to have his entire nation be taken out, to be treated like pariah, as if he has a flesh-eating bacteria that he's moving. He was like the Ebola virus on the move. It made me so sad. But it was amazing because I haven't even been with Corazon that long. Where I am,
you just have this backstory with him.
Yeah, like I've literally only had this little bit of backstory. And while I have this backstory, I just fell in love with Corazon. He became one of my very favorite characters of all time. The ability to have the quietness and to shut things down, the whole backstory of him not talking to Law when he came back, the idea that, or not talking to his brother when he came back, the idea that Doflamingo was such a piece of shit that he killed his father and took his head to the frickin' dragons, as if the dragons were going to be like, oh yeah, well there you go, you killed one of us for sure, let's bring you back in. So the idea of hunting Dofi down made me really happy. Like, of course they're gonna hunt you down, you dumbass. You're dangerous. You killed your father. You're not exactly something they're looking forward to, but you do know their secret. So the fact that you had Cora get picked up and cared by somebody, which is absolutely happens over and over again, where where somebody who isn't the parent picks up somebody and helps them out, because the same thing happens to Law through Korra as with Korra with Buddha. Buddha takes in Korra and is like, I will help you. And then when he goes back, he becomes this valuable and useful tool for them.
Makes Sengoku a lot less of a shit person to see that he has
I
this
know, and
caring
it's
side.
so hard because you've got him protecting. And so you think that he would have more compassion for Garp when Law was up there, you know?
Yep. But he raised Roshi to do the right thing and be on the right side. He was only ever undercover.
Yeah, and you understand that, but if from the outside world, he does tons of things that are inappropriate and has to act in a way that isn't value added. And yet, then Buddha sticks Ace up there and is like, "Oh, don't know what to tell you. Looks like your dude is going to be killed." And what had Ace done up to that point that was worth killing him?
So many characters in One Piece are so morally complicated. Like, Sengoku isn't a clearly great person, but he's also not a terrible person. Like, he is a man with virtues.
Okay, but name the thing that Ace had done that was worth killing him.
I mean, literally to Sengoku, be a pirate.
Yeah, but so was Korra.
But Korra was a fake pirate, and he knew that. Ace was not a fake pirate.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know all the things going on. He doesn't know what Ace is doing or not doing.
But I think that's what's brilliant about
person knowledge.
That's what's brilliant about Oda's writing, that you don't know. If you treat pirate as meaning bad, you have this flat ethical system. Your virtue-based ethics limit your ability to think. Where a fake pirate is a fake pirate if they've gone through the right channels, not. Some pirates do bad things and are enemies, and some pirates do good things and aren't. Like, it is as simple as, if you do not swear fealty to the world government, you are a bad person, because we can't have order.
Which is interesting, because Korra would have been responsible for killing Marines as well.
Yep.
Korra would have been responsible for murder. Korra would have been responsible for all sorts of terrible things in order to have been in this position and not have been found out.
Yep. It's a really morally complicated thing.
It's a very, that's what I was going to say, that is a morally gray area. And yeah, Luffy also kills Marines.
Like, we haven't seen it on screen, but those people he kicked into the pit in Enies lobby are not alive.
Yeah, and also, like, I could see Buddha saying, like, yeah, let's kill Luffy after what happened in Enies lobby, after what happened in so many places, actually. Like, I just have to name them all.
Enies lobby, Impel Down, there are so many people dead because of the people he freed from that prison.
Exactly.
Like, there are civilians in One Piece who are dead because of Luffy's actions on that day, and we can't ignore 100%. That. Like, that's part of this. Luffy didn't kill civilians directly, ever. Debating, depending on, like, if there were civilians around. Oh, we're in an ad break. Let's take it. Actually, no, this is fine. This isn't, like, the most important thing.
So that was my point. This person is also helping to make part of my point, where they said, I wonder if he got leeway because he was a dragon.
Yeah.
And that was my point. Is because what did Law do other than be the son of Roger? That's what Law did. So you were saying being the son of Roger was the thing that earned you death. Whereas apparently being the son of the dragon, a dragon, is the thing that earns you life.
Yep. It's so interesting. I think this shows Sengoku as a caring, compassionate person, despite his virtue ethics making him do things and commit to course of actions that aren't actually good. It's why I think Oda is a lot closer to utilitarian ethics than virtue ethics, because you see people who want to be good people doing bad things for their virtues.
Yeah.
But he does also show characters on our side who are virtue ethicists, like Sanji.
I also think he just likes to write complicated characters, and that he's willing to do things that are just ridiculous, because I don't know if he just necessarily agrees with some of the shit that his character does, or if he just says to himself, doing this makes for a more interesting character.
Okay, I'm starting to come around and actually really like this drawing.
The drawing is stunning.
I've just been playing it by ear and making it up as I go, so it coming together is shocking me.
I really love the colors on it. And that's why I was saying, like, when I saw that it was Buddha, and I was like, Sengoku, are you kidding me? Like, you took Ace out because Ace was the son of dragon. Is that why you saved Korra?
Oh,
Because he's the
Dr.
son
Jack,
of the son of Roger.
Blackbeard would have gone to Impel Down if it wasn't for Luffy. I don't think Blackbeard or Luffy succeeded if both of them didn't go there. I genuinely think both of them failed in their mission and got killed by Magellan if both of them weren't there to distract the forces. That's my
I would agree.
unironic opinion.
I think that they needed each other, that it was never said that that Luffy would have gone anyways, but I think that them together is what created enough of a distraction that they were able to escape.
Blackbeard would have gone anyways. Luffy would have gone anyways. If
100%.
both of them didn't on their own, they were both dead.
Totally agree.
Which I think is very, very cool to think about. That, like, they actually, both of their plans were completely fucked without the fated coincidence that both of them had a plan that day.
Yeah, I totally
Magellan
agree.
W. Honestly, Magellan's still so scary.
Magellan freaks the living shit out of me.
It is one of the scariest fruits.
I love where you put Pondamon and Bellamy.
Yeah, I think they're very cute. The Hidden Bellamy and Hidden Panda Man are adding to what I love about these, which is suddenly I have a problem to solve that I need to figure out. Look.
Yeah.
You're right that Korra was just a kid, but I think that's the thing, that because Sengoku is a virtue ethicist, someone who joins the Marines, goes through this project called Sword, and becomes a secret pirate doing secret piracy, that's allowed and okay because they know about it, and we can excuse their crimes. Whereas we can't look at the good Luffy does for the world in overthrowing people like Crocodile who are doing bad and call him a good person as a Marine, because we have this hardline belief that if you call yourself a pirate, you're a bad guy. And I think that's very interesting.
Korra calls himself a pirate.
Mm-hmm. But
as far as the
he
world
calls himself
is
a pirate by going through the right channel.
Yeah, but if we're going to be honest, Buddha doesn't know whether or not Ace was doing the same thing or not.
Unless
Buddha
he has access
would never
to all that info.
Unless he'd had access, but nobody had access to the information that Korra is actually in behind the scenes with Buddha.
He was the fleet admiral, so he probably did.
Well, he has the information, but other people don't, right? Is what I'm saying. Whereas what if Ace was working with his grandfather and filtering information and running espionage things? So I just think that there's a lot more here. And then somebody said something that kind of made me think. Somebody made me think about it, and now I can't see it. I think Buddha and Korra developed some feelings. Yes, I think Buddha used Korra and just developed some feelings about him, like a pet. But even more than a pet. I still think
it doesn't show. I still think this shows Sengoku is a morally complicated person. I don't think he's a straightforward bad guy.
100%. He's a very morally complicated person.
Like, I think he genuinely always thinks he's doing the right thing and is thinking big picture when he does things that are wrong. I just think Oda is also showing us that when we think I just think that Oda's showing us with him that when we think in black and white, we limit our moral thinking.
I would agree that he likes to make complicated characters that you can neither fully accept, or you can neither fully defend them or fully hate them.
Mm-hmm.
Because with Sengoku, I neither totally hate him nor totally like him, but because of what he did and how I feel about Ace, I don't love him.
Thank you so much. Roman Indarain. Can Ace be considered an arsonist? Yes.
But on the other hand, come on, with all the different powers that everyone has, like Phoenix, etc., people are doing wild shit all over this world and could be considered many bad things.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be enough.
Guys, what do we think? What do we think here? Is this the new Mary, or is the Mary still sadder?
This picture or the Mary?
Yeah.
This is pretty brutal. This is but the Mary's got something to it. But this is pretty bad.
Mary, people are saying it's the Mary.
Look at
There's a lot of votes for Mary.
But look at little Law's hand up there on the side of the box, knowing that he's been silenced and he's just having to sit there while the one person who
Everyone's
showed
saying
him
Mary.
kindness is dying.
Thank you, Stephen Gizzle, for
Whoa,
giving a
thanks
pile of
so
subs.
much,
It's
Steven.
amazing. That's incredible. And Stephen Nizzle. Sorry, Stephen Nizzle. And I can say Stephen Nizzle.
Honestly, for me, oh, that's hard.
I gotta make it sadder is the thing. There's too many votes for Mary. I gotta find a way to make it sadder.
A little blood dripping down his face.
Yeah.
A little less white on his face, a little more expression. Thank you so much, peanut butter. I don't know. You're almost there.
Yeah.
But Law's face, you nailed that sadness.
He needs to be
Thanks so
crying,
much,
for sure.
Xander. It's brutal. And Law's history is so brutal. And the history of his town and
Yep. Do we want to read Cricket's speech? And Cricket, do you want to send that to Mama real quick? Just, I would, but I realize I'm drawing, so it is easier to ask. Heart somewhere? Maybe.
Well, remember his whole shirt has a heart.
The coat's
And
just
the
white
ends of his
because
hat.
I'm trying to have it have a very like washed out style where almost everything is white.
The end of his hat also had hearts on the strings.
Ed.
Okay, here it is, Cricket Bones.
This is Cricket Bones, our editor, writing about Corazon, also known as Rocinante, also known as Corazon.
Boom. Boom.
Also known as Don Quixote the Fourth.
Don Quixote the Fourth.
Well, because there's also a different one. There's Miosgard, and there's Dad. There's Doflamingo, and that's 3 of them.
Okay. The thing that really gets me about Rocinante is his change of heart about the child he saves. Saved is an important note because originally that was not his plan. This is an arc about change after all. Rossi's plan was completely different originally, only wanting to stop Law as to save others from Law. He instantly states how much less he hates his brother, then compares Law to him, telling him of the evils and the rotten deeds that could come of it. He grabs Law haphazardly, taking him away against his will and forcing him to go to the doctors that clearly upset and traumatize him. This continues on for a while until the realization begins to sink in for Rocinante. This is just a child. This is a child that has been branded like his siblings by his own hand instead of realizing what he truthfully is, a scared kid like he was. Just like he was. But nobody saved Law in the rubble. Nobody came for him. Rocinante was lucky in that sense, wasn't he? We see him weep for the child now, realizing what his poor boy is going through. The actions of his own doing, hitting him like a truck, and Law hears the man who once hurt and towered over him, weeping for him, and he weeps too. Their relationship changes. He carries Law like his bird's sake, a black swan with its gray signet cradled in his black feathers lovingly. Law begins to bond with him too, both parties opening up and realizing how human they can be together with one another. Rocinante chooses kindness and unorthodox love versus his marine training and treatment, and looks at almost instant change in the child's demeanor and in his too. There is a panel of him during his final moments, staring into the sky with blank eyes and his mouth slightly ajar. That is a realization on what is about to happen, on what tragedy he will be a part of, and what Law will have to deal with. He then turns to his son, his shining golden sun, and he states the following, which is not a usual way of saying I love you. It is something hardly anyone says. It's Asha Taruze. It's the deepest kind of love a person in Japan can say. It's the most powerful way of stating admiration, and it is hardly ever used. I love you, Law. At the end of his life, standing before and in front of the child who screams and cries mutely for his father, the Black Swan stands, and he calls out his final realization in the flurry of bullets that soon rack him, Doflamingo coldly shooting his own Corazon. Law is free. Not everyone is free from the demon. As the Marines wanted, not people are free from you, but Law is free. Free to choose kindness, free to be horrid. He can be anything he wants, but Rosinante planted that seed of kindness instead of forcing it like he tried to originally. He changed from pressuring forces, as the Marines often do, a heavy-handed goodness into letting the child choose for himself, choose whatever life he wanted, good or bad. A dragon died for a D by another dragon's still hand. His crimson shades, rose-colored, can't see the flames and blood pooling in the snow. It's just him now, and his Corazon bleeds away. With a smile the sun sinks, and Corazon bleeds out. A child weeps for the golden warmth, a tragedy, but he is free. Go, Law, onwards to the sea. That's beautiful.
That's so beautiful, Cricket. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody who subbed. Oh my god, that was so many.
That was so beautiful.
Jedi, red potato.
Thank you, everyone. That was so awesome.
Beautiful.
And when I was watching this part and he goes in and goes through all that hell to get Law his devil fruit and manages to eke it out. One of the pieces that I sent you that I thought was absolutely like heartbreaking is when Cora looks at Law as he's putting him inside of the trunk and about to put a silencing on him and gives him the two-finger symbol and says, I love you, and smiles at him. I want you to remember my smile. I want you to remember me smiling. And I was like, God damn. Even in all the hellishness that he knows that Law is about to go through, and for everything that he had been in, he makes sure that his final moments are him seeing him smiling because he wanted him to know, you mean so much to me. You've brought joy to my life. Protecting you is happiness for me. And I think that was one of the reasons that at the end, when he put him inside and they have that moment together, that I was so broken by it. It's exactly like Cricket was saying, like you're watching him know that he has just made this relationship with Law, and Law has become his child, and he's grown to have all this deep love for him, and he knows what he's going to have to do in the rest of his life, and that he's going to be alone and have to find his own tribe. But it's really important to him that when he goes, that he gets to see that the last thing he sees of him is him smiling and making this choice. So he knows, dude, you brought me joy. I'm smiling because I get to protect you. I'm smiling because I had that opportunity to do for you what I didn't have. And I want you to know I'm going willingly. And it just is, it's exactly what Cricket says. Because it goes, calm. He gives him calm and touches his head. Now any noise that you create will be silenced. Slip away when you can, and we'll meet up again at the next town. Hey, Law? And he puts two fingers up and goes, I love you, and smiles and shuts it. And so it was such a huge deal because there is no way now that Law doesn't know that the choice that he made was his own choice, and he made that choice because he was loved. And it rewrites Law's path, and it changes him from being somebody who's filled with anger and hatred and who's believes that there can't be any good into this world, to remember that there can be good in this world and people can care for you. Which is why on the other side, I saw Luffy as the second half of that healing, because he saw somebody take on the role of a parent and love him. And he could think to himself, yes, parents can have love and they can learn to love you and they can care for you. But then Luffy showed him friendship can be love too. And friendship can lay its life down for you. And that's why I really felt like Luffy was the second side of the same train of helping to heal Law's heart. And between Korra and Luffy, I really hope I get to see the change in who Law becomes and the direction of his decisions. I love
Aw.
that kid. The other one I loved was just let him go. He is free. Ugh, killing, killing. Ugh. Okay,
This
I
was
just want to talk a
also good.
what?
This is also good, everybody. Holy shit. We got content today. We got there's so much depth to this little section of story. So much depth, so much action, so much comedy, and like I think I could list 10 iconic panels from these 30 chapters.
Yeah, I would agree.
Can we do this right? Can we do this right now before we finish up and head into closing segments? Can we go through like I want to come up with 10 iconic looking panels from this section going back and forth.
Yes and no. Can I look at a couple of things first?
Yeah, totally. I'll put a bookmark in that.
Okay.
I was just going through this with you beforehand, and I just found it shocking how many iconic moments happen in this little section.
Oh, Kaito's doing the thing. So I was wondering about like, can the magic circles be used for travel by the government, or
You have
is that
limited.
one of the ways that they have quick movement or create easy sea routes? Um, is using the magic circles? Are the magic circles holding the red line and all the pieces together? I'm starting to think it's time to go back into magic circle land.
Every once in a while, the magic circles pull you back in.
Yeah, because I started to think about all the different angel people, all the people with wings, and then the dragons.
Yeah, you had a thought based off of the angel symbology on the moon that there might have that been a winged.
So
Yeah.
now I'm starting to think that the angel people might have been some of the people who were in charge, or they were the real gods, which is why they have wings and why they look like angels.
Winged
And
angel
then
gods in the past.
and then the people who call themselves dragons took over for them and threw the gods to the ground. And I started to wonder, like, where does Luffy fall within that equation? Is he a dragon? Is he an angel? Is he the enemy of dragons? Or is he a different side of the same coin? But now I'm wondering about those angels, and whether they were actually the original gods.
All right.
Yeah, I looked at that too. I don't know. All right, I got to do this first.
We gotta do it.
Hello, YouTube. I am
Hello,
glad to see
YouTube.
you here.
Be glad to
It
see you here.
is me, Mama Drock, and
Mama
over
Drock.
there we have Drock. That's
Who
Drock.
I am.
That is who he is. If you have made it this far in, press like. It's time to press like right now.
Fucking
Get her
dare
done.
you. I bet you can't.
Why not? You're here anyways. You obviously liked it. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be here.
Yeah,
Just
clearly if you're
press
not
the like
hitting like,
button.
it's because you're too weak to hit the like button.
Yeah. Oh, wait. What if their fingers are broken? Use your nose. What if your nose is broken? Good question. Use your elbow. Hopefully it's pointy. What about if that doesn't work? Grab a pencil, put it between your teeth, and touch it onto the like button.
I
now
gotta
you
be
got
honest,
that.
at a certain point, if enough things are broken that none of these are working for you, you're using like a display that's tracking your eyes anyways, and you can press the like button.
This is not a lie. Unless it's your first time with that. And
you know what? Maybe the precision's a little hard, in which case I will forgive you for not hitting the like button. If you're new to using the thing that lets you control the screen with your eye, you're forgiven.
I like how many people say hi to themselves in the bar over here, by the way.
It's very good. I love it.
It's always wild. So once you press like, go in and subscribe, and press the bell so that you get things. Or don't. You know what? Don't support us. It's fine. Whatever.
I mean, like, you don't have to.
Meh.
Yeah.
Somebody said though, apparently, and I didn't know this, that we would never make it to 20,000, and we almost are
not
at
20,000. No, they said 50. Or no, wait, you're right. They said you'll never make it to 20, let
you'll
alone
never
50.
Make it 20, let alone 50. So we are
forgot.
almost at 20,000. So please do me a favor.
Help us prove that person wrong.
Subscribe and prove them wrong, because they aren't a squishy. They're a
That's
clunky.
not a squishy. You're not a squishy when you say we'll never make it to 20,000.
You're wrong. Be a squishy and prove the clunky wrong. That's all
You
I
were
have to
gonna
say
press a
about
like, but
that.
then we said not to, so you won't now. Well, we said maybe. It's your choice, but also you should.
Or do. Or
Or
do.
do.
Or don't.
Yeah,
But
subscribe out of
subscribing out
spite
of
for the person
spite,
who said we'd never hit 20.
Haruko Witch.
We're
Yes,
so
it is
close.
time
Your
to
sub
subscribe
matters
out
at
of
this
spite.
point.
I love the subscribe out of spite. That's what we should have as a thing that flashes across the stream. Subscribe out of spite. All right. It's been
All
really
right.
good talking to you, YouTube. I hope you have a great day. I hope you squish about the planet and make
Subscribe
someone
and get
else's
your
day bright.
papitas.
Mama Drog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel about that. So, no, that's me. Out. Okay. I started to wonder if the D is actually a thing that is for divinity, and if all the people who are Ds are the actual gods that we're pulling down, or whether or not those people are or whether or not those people are the people with wings, right? So
The
I
actual
was like,
gods
ugh.
could be the winged people from the
Or
ancient hieroglyphics or the D.
yes, or the D.
Do you
I'm
think there
trying
was
to
an
decide
older
which
group of
one.
gods that was either winged people or the D?
Yeah, but I really feel like thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Corazon.
Kazan. You are amazing.
But I really feel like the people with the wings that I have been underestimating to now, that the people with the wings possibly could be the other side of the coin and were the gods, and that the dragons pulled them down. And the dragons don't see themselves as human. And so I started to also wonder, are they actually human? And then when you looked at Doflamingo's dad and Corazon's dad, he said, "We have always been human," and they're like, "Oh."
How dare you say that we are people?
And so it made me wonder whether or not they were never gods and they took over the position of gods and called themselves gods, but the thing that gives them the power is the thing that Dofi is talking about, and it makes them feel as if they are godlike when in fact they are not. They are simply human. Because when he pulled something out of the dad, what was it? The chip he said he needed to pull out of him?
Oh boy, I don't remember.
Do you remember? As he was saying that
No.
that when Dofi's dad and was saying that he wanted to leave the celestial dragons, the celestial dragon ID chip. And I wonder
Oh, I
whether or
didn't
not
realize
that
was a...
links them up to Marijois so they can find them anywhere, but if it also helps to link them to the power that the celestial dragons have. If it's something as simple as they are tied into some sort of power in Marijois.
Interesting.
That gives
I
them
forgot about the ID chips entirely.
that gives them the ability to have powers beyond what they otherwise would have. But that is the only thing that makes them feel like they are more powerful than everyone else. In actuality, they're just human.
No, I'm
And I
constantly
started to
amazed by how
wonder.
dense the series is that I can be this obsessed and miss something like an ID chip and just not know. Just that disappears.
Yeah. And then with Eminem, as I was talking to Drock, and he was saying, we're looking at Eminem's back, and he has scars from where Eminem pulled his own wings out.
Because
So
you said you wondered if he was a god or something like the Celestial Dragons, but then I was like, yeah, but they're all humans, and he clearly plucked wings off of his back.
and
And
he
then you
plucked his
said,
wings off of his back. And so then I said, well, then it's possible that he is the one from the original gods. And he's not wrong. He is a god. But he was torn down by the people who are now in control. And then I wondered, okay, what is the thing that gave them power? Because now I'm starting to wonder whether or not the winged dudes are the ones who are actually the original gods, and that the sneaky little bastards up in Marijois are the ones who took over from them. And then the people who are D are going to be the thing that put the winged beings back into a heavenly spot. And so I have to start thinking about that more. And then I put down here, yeah, because Luffy is going to activate all the powers within the D's. The battle, no, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
then in all of the different panels for the beginning of the chapters, you have this thing where the kitty cats, I don't know who remembers this or not, but the kitty cat, the lost
Is
kitten's home was taken
Jinbei's
away.
first night of the
And
sea, Jinbei's
and the
adventures or whatever.
solitary journey of Jinbei, he finds that wild animals from the ground have come up onto the shore and have been attacking people on shore. And the cat's entire village has been taken and pulled up. And then while he's there, in volume 15, he says, I definitely saw that the ruins fall just now. So the ruins from under the water were attempted to be pulling out, which made me think about, what is it called when they went up to Skypiea?
The knock-up stream.
The knock-up stream, which definitely made me feel like something like the knock-up stream tried to take the cat's whole home and get it somewhere where they wouldn't see things or things would be taken away, because now that we have the Noah, the ark down underneath, and more people are making friends with the fishmen. And I started to say, like, yeah, they wouldn't want them to be friends with the fishmen, because you'd want to make the fishmen seem less than human, less important, and not even human, because then you wouldn't listen to them. And under the water, you have evidence of the missing 100 years. You have evidence of how the dragons pulled down the real gods. And you have evidence of all the things that were done underwater, which we know because the poneglyphs are there. Roger went down, et cetera, and they don't have the power to go under the water apparently and deal with things. So it feels like the knock-up stream was used and tried to take away the whole kitty cat's entire village, and then it didn't fully work, because when you look on the shore, things are falling down out of the sky. So it makes you wonder if whether the knock-up stream couldn't scoop up the entire village, and so some of it falls off and falls back down to earth. And so I'm just now being like, okay, did they try to get rid of evidence from under the water and get rid of it? I feel like maybe they did.
Guys, making the box brown just ruins the composition. I think it has to be simple inside the law zone. I think it makes sense that since you already have a theory that knock-up stream was used to get rid of Shandia, that it could be used to get rid of the kitty cat village if it had a poneglyph.
I think that it looks like it may have. And so now that the things are falling back down to the ground, I'm wondering whether or not we're going to come and see that and find out. Oh, I love the heart and the smoke.
Yeah,
and find
so
out.
That's not just a heart. That's the Ope Ope no Mi.
Don't you know the kitty cat village paladin berserker?
We're an ad break. Yeah, it's in Jinbei's cover story. I forgot about it too. There's a kitty cat village in the sky.
Divine will, honor. He wanted law to be alive. Meanwhile, Dofi had to go through the hoops and destabilize multiple countries, be under his rule. Celestial try to be a god. Dofi take on the rule. That is fascinating. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Yasme. Yeah, so the villagers on the front of a bunch of them, and Jinbei is going around and having like a solitary adventure, and the cat is without its home, and then they find out that the home, all of a sudden, some of the home starts to fall out of the sky, and ruins land back down, and you can see houses under the ruins that were crushed, and other pieces of the village that may have fallen as well. You can think of the secret of Dr. Cray's youth and immortality surgery from the opium. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Just got a crazy skincare routine is all.
I don't think she looks that young.
I mean, no, it's just her body that looks young. Her face does look old.
Yeah. I don't know that she has any kind of eternal youth. She doesn't look that young. Yeah, it's probably the booze. The ruin and stuff was underwater, Paladin Berserker. If you go back to all the beginning of the chapters, starting, I think it's at chapter 761 or 762, you'll see that the cat is lost and can't find its home. Jinbei sees it. They're in the middle of trying to find its home, and then they see a place where it used to be, And this dog, who's a police officer, is like, this is my home, but there's nothing else around it. They see a boat that was sinking. They bring it back up to the surface. They find out in the newspaper that, what are the big beasts called again who are underwater?
Sea Kings?
The
Neptunians? Either or?
The Neptunians had been raiding onto the shores, and they were like, what the hell? And then all of a sudden, while Jinbei is up there and they're trying to figure things out, boom, a ruin falls out of the sky from above, and there's like a stream of water coming and falling down with it, which makes me think that something similar to the knock-up stream was used and tried to take it out. But I imagine what happened then is it would lose power and velocity coming out from underneath water, and only some of it would have been able to come up, and they wouldn't have had as good of control, and then some of it falls down again. That's what I imagine could be one of the things that is happening. Yeah. The WG are not a cat people? What are you talking about?
It was never said that the world government is cat people. I don't understand where that's coming from.
That is strange, Jelly. That is a strange thing to say. There was just a lost kitty cat. Okay. Oh, they don't like cats.
Oh, I thought you meant people who are cats. I was so confused.
Anyways, look at the cover stories for all the different chapters and you can see it too. It's very interesting. But when the ruins fall back down onto Earth, and there's also a bunch of crushed and sinking boats along the shore.
What did you think of our good friend Caribou being taken by, or being assaulted by Diaz Drake and taken by him at the end of his cover story?
I don't like it because Caribou has information that I don't want anyone to have.
Who could? Well, you don't know who Diaz Drake is working for.
Come on.
What?
I think Drake is a dangerous kid.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that Drake getting information about our girl underwater is not going to be good.
Caribou has so much information. It's crazy.
Like Caribou has way too much information. And so I'm kind of freaking out about Drake getting Caribou. I wanted freaking Caribou to die so bad, but we knew he wasn't because, yeah, I was glad that he wasn't given to Kid. Like, I will say, that would have been bad.
All of the supernovas he could end up with, Kid would be worse.
Yeah, Kid would be way worse. But I was still kind of worried about that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do closing segments, but we probably will read 768 today.
Eminem of Fallen Dragon, Ripped Wings, where the dragons once believed they're still totally thought bred out of them. Yeah, then I wondered, are they actual dragons or was it bred out of them?
Or were they ever dragons? Is it a lie?
Or were they ever dragons and it's a lie? Yeah.
Yeah, you've raised all of these queries before.
Yeah, there's so much going on in this arc. Okay, I'm going to read 768.
Whoa, we do closing segments
first. I have to do my closing segments.
But also, we have a special closing segment that I want to do. Which is trying to come up with 10 iconic feeling panels from this arc, because this section, because holy fuck, I'm just blown away by how many there are. I want to start with very simple, which is, oh god, brain froze right there. Usopp. Yeah, you start. Usopp firing the slingshot.
My first one is Usopp slingshot fire. That was the other one that I thought would have been a good one.
Usopp held up by the giant in the cross pose.
Oh, the story has totally shifted since the time skip, because now we know what is real and what is less likely. Like, you know how the magic system works, and the way it works is it doesn't. Everything has to be explainable.
Yep. It's a different story than pre-time skip, and a lot of people don't like it as much. I feel like it's just as good, in my opinion, if not better, because my favorite arc has yet to come. But it's very different. The story's about the world in such a huge way.
Another panel would be Sugar pushing Usopp down and say, "And end your sorry life," and then both of them becoming flamed.
The fucking scream. Yep, That's absolutely 100% iconic. Sabo destroying the ring is so fucking, that panel is crazy.
Seen Sabo destroying a ring.
Yeah. What do you have next? We're at 4.
Okay. Let me just see here. 754. Oh, what about just the freaking bird cage happening?
The bird cage,
over
that's
the whole
just crazy.
thing.
Yep.
That was wild. I would also say a panel that I would have done in a regular arc would have just been Pika, who sucks at using his own system, standing up, his full body coming out of the soil.
Shot. Thank you. I love the scope eye. What's another one? There was one I was thinking of earlier. Oh, Korra with the box. Korra and Law dying. Fantastic.
I would agree. Okay, look, here's what I'm saying. Chapter 765, The Solitary Journey of Jinbei, Night of the Sea, Volume 13, and the townsfolk. Suddenly the ruins destroyed our town, and the creatures wrecked our ships, and the offerings all disappeared. And then it shows different ruins all over the town, and that's just before more fall out of the sky.
Oh, okay.
So I'm telling you, there's something to the knock-up stream and the Neptunians.
I can't remember if this panel I'm obsessed with has happened yet, but it's one of my favorite panels, and it is in Dressrosa.
You're gonna have to find it, man, because you can't ask me.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think it's later. Yeah, Sunshine, that's what I'm thinking of, but is it in this section or is it in the next section? I think it is.
People know which one you're talking about?
Yeah. The panel I call No Steppy. Not yet? Okay. No, Senor Pink stealing the bikini is not peak iconic, but also Child Dofi being nailed to a wall absolutely is, and saying he'll kill everyone.
And his brother. Yeah, 100%.
That is fucking crazy panel. That immediately feels like you were just going to remember it for life. We need 2 more. I think we can do 2 more. Dofi and Usopp pose?
What about the obvious one of Luffy using the Red Hawk and punching through?
Oh, fuck yeah. The Red Hawk blasting through Dofi. 100%. Oh, wait, I got one more. Heroes decapitating string Dofi.
Yes.
Heroes decapitating string Dofi is such a crazy panel. All right, we made it. 10 iconic panels in this section.
Okay, let's do closing segments so I can read the next one. I want to get on to reading because I'm not bright right now, but my brain will come back.
We added a new closing segment on our Patreon stream, which is your favorite minor character of this section.
Yeah, so when we were doing Patreon, we realized, Drock and I realized that there's lots of times that there is a minor character who I would never put in my top 5, but is like the coolest character in there. And somebody that's
minor enough.
Soldier San's not minor. Somebody that really stood out for us that was just like a minor character that for some reason really stands out. So now we're doing least favorite and least favorite character. And
I want to say for these, because I've read this before or watched, depending on the arc, for these sections, I'm still not participating in the Patreon. We're both doing all the closing segments because we're watching stuff that I've never seen before.
Yeah. Minor character is harder in this one because there isn't a lot of minorish characters. Hate for me is pretty easy.
Yeah.
It's Rebel. He's so gross.
Rebel as most hated makes so much sense.
He's so disgusting.
I think Koala qualifies as a minor character at this point.
I think Koala does actually count as a minor character.
I think Koala and the announcer Koala, the announcer, and Cavendish, I think all apply, and they are all in contention, I would think.
Cavendish is less minor than Koala in this
Yeah.
round. We see Cavendish too much to kind of be like really minor.
Tanjiro's
I'm going to go
also
with
too.
Koala is going to be my favorite minor character.
All right, I love that.
Yeah.
Koala wins favorite minor character of this section.
Not to mention like how excited we were to see her again and then to get to have her doing things. Like that's amazing. It's a gift. So, yeah. Top 5.
Top 5. Oh wait, Luffy's tier list of Luffy. Where is
Oh,
Luffy?
Luffy's tier list of Luffy. Luffy is.
Where is our ultra therapist?
I think I'm gonna put him at S.
I think that's fair. It's a
Yeah.
pretty great showing.
He did an amazing showing in this arc so far. I think that between carrying Law through everything and his like crazy, he has inspired enough faith in him and his ability that the king of the realm has decided, and our blind justice boy have both decided to put their faith in him.
This is an arc all about where you put your loyalty. We have two people who have a bunch of people that have chosen them as who to give their loyalty to. They ask what to do, and those two people say, Straw Hat is who can fix this. That's who I've chosen to trust.
Yeah, exactly.
Incroyable. It puts him above other leaders because other people swear themselves to these people, and those people say, trust Straw Hat.
Exactly. And so when you're thinking about how Luffy is, what Luffy is shown and how he creates faith in people, to have the leader of the nation and a man whose whole thing is to pull down the 7 warlords and who has blind justice and only looks at what justice is, not for all the ways that it falls out, but for what is right. And they both put their faith in Luffy. That's an S tier. That's almost an S plus. It's not quite an S plus, but it's an S tier. I am struggle button because
I put a bet on who I think you'd put at number 1, and we'll see what happens.
I am struggle busting because I adore Korra. I think Korra killed it in this realm. I think Law killed it in this realm, especially since we got to see the background of Law, which, if we're talking about my enjoyment level within here, that's pretty high. And yet, my number 1 is Usopp.
All right, guys, it's time to gift you guys 5 subs because Korra did not win number 1, and I bet.
Yeah. My number 1
I need to figure out how to do it because I've never gifted subs. There we go, in my own chat. It's just as easy. I just had to leave the manager.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. Usopp's number 1 to me.
All right, guys, the subs have been given. I placed a bet. I lost. You guys get the subs.
Yeah, I was gonna make it Korra. You've gifted. That's phenomenal.
That's
sorry, you know sorry, Drock.
That's money I feel fine spending. I thought Korra would win, but I get it. This is peak of Usopp. This is so good. This is him becoming what he said.
How can you look at what he did underground? Because don't get me wrong, his shot, he wouldn't have been number 1 without his shot. His snipering was
Salty, that's
stunning.
so nice.
But if you think about what he did underground and having Robin disappear, he doesn't even know that Robin is there. Fan, you hate Usopp? That's interesting. Not even knowing that Robin is there, and then he comes back around and then stands as himself and says, I don't want you to think of me in this way. I want you to remember me as Usopp, and if I die, please erect a statue. And I was like, this is a whole different thing. And then to have him do that shot that he made for Luffy because he couldn't imagine what it would look like to live in a world and be in the ocean without Luffy. That was, I'm sorry, that was just too good. But number 2 is 100% Korra. Korra, and more Korra.
Can I say that I think like before we move on from Usopp,
I would agree to put Korra with Law.
that I think that's fair. Can I say that
Yeah.
I think it's important to note for Usopp what you said there about him saying he can't imagine being in the sea without Luffy. We talk about what you do for the people you swear loyalty with, what they ask of you, and what you get in return. Usopp gets the person who makes him want to pursue his dream. He wants to be a brave warrior of the sea. He doesn't want to be in the sea without Luffy. You can't get a better motive. You can't get a better thing than that from your leader than the person who makes you want to pursue your dream. It couldn't be more.
Yeah. And so I think that Korra,
Korra's
it's
incredible.
funny that you just said that, Ella, because I was going to say, I think that Korra has to be with Law, because I think that Law's story only became what it's become because of Korra believing in Law and wanting Law to be fully free. And it's funny because I was going to say that's like Luffy and how he feels about red hair Shanks, but I didn't make a direct comparison properly until Ella brought it up, and I started to think, because I was like, it's similar, blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, yeah, actually, no, it's similar way more than that. Like the idea of protecting and caring for them. But Luffy was lucky in that his time with red hair Shanks was a little bit more gentle. But red hair Shanks put himself right out there and had his arm taken off, etc. Whereas Korra gave his whole life for Law. And it's just like the eternal surgery, because Korra was willing, after giving Law the devil fruit, to then sacrifice his own life so that Law could live in freedom. And
so I am of the opinion that we don't see something called the immortality surgery in a series without seeing it be used. Do you think we are going to see Law use it, or do you think Law will have his fruit stolen by someone who uses it, or do you think we'll just see someone who's had it done on them by a previous user? Because one of those has to happen.
Yeah. So I had this consideration, because as soon as they mentioned it, I was like, because it's Chekhov's gun. Once you bring the gun on stage, you need to use it. Otherwise, why would you mention it? And they go out of their way to talk about it. And I was like, oh, shit. And my hope is that we're just going to see somebody who's had it used on him, and that they won't be the most villainous villain. That would suck. My fear is that we're going to see Law have to use it.
It's so hard to say. Like, I would rather Law not die. Crazy hot take. But like, having that surgery, just having him hold a fruit that can kill you if you choose to, it's so hard to know.
I've never considered that, yes, May, but it's possible that if he can do an eternal youthful, the Law and Law would die removing immortality, that there's a possibility of a reverse of it.
Oh, wow. That would be very interesting if he could, like, de-immortalize someone, like someone had it previously done on them and this fruit can remove it. That'd be cool as hell.
Remove it. That would be very interesting. Here is something that would both be the saddest and a happy thing, because I have said that I think that Luffy has to die. But it is possible that Luffy might go to die and Law will sacrifice his own life.
If that happens, it fulfills the Luffy is supposed to die checkbox, and also
allows him to live.
The gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the gun has to be used. Once you bring it onto the stage, once you bring the gun onto the stage, it has to be used.
Yeah.
Luffy would hate to be immortal. It would make him very upset. He would hate it.
But
I tried to think about who else it could be used on, and Luffy would hate it. But him hating it doesn't make it not a good thing. It makes it even better. Luffy hating immortality doesn't matter. Who gives a shit if he hates it? Oda would do it anyway. Exactly. If Oda decided that that's what had to do in order to save the world, and in order to end things in the way they had to, even if Luffy hated it, that wouldn't matter a scooch to Oda. He'd be like, too bad, boom, dead. Use it on Usopp since he's fated to die?
I mean, if you say brave warrior of the sea and the people you idolize have like a perspective on being a warrior that involves being willing to die, he's waving death flags every once in a while.
It's not a lie. Yeah, Frostfire, I've said that Luffy's life, every time he uses Gear 2 and 3, takes away some of his life. He lost a ton of his life in Impel Down. He's lost life over and over and over again, which and Luffy every time is like, I don't care, whatever. And so I could see that being a thing. I would hate it if Law died. I really would, but I can just see it happening. Doesn't mean it will. I haven't thought about it a lot.
All right, so we have our number 1 and 2. I'm so surprised Korra didn't win, but you know what? If someone's going to beat him, it's Usopp. It makes sense.
Yeah, and it was funny because up until then, it was Korra, or up until then, when I saw the second section of Usopp, when Usopp did his snipering, I was like, God damn, Usopp, it's going to take a lot to dethrone you. And then I kept going back and forth on it with Korra and Usopp, and I'm like, I'm sorry, it's Usopp.
Damn.
So 1 and 2 is Law together because they have to be together. And then our next one is F my bees. This is a question I had.
Yeah.
Can I put all of my little guys together as a group, or do I
think the
have to put them
can occupy space. They're pretty small. I think they can fit on the podium together.
Because call it what you will, but I'm making them 3 then as a group.
Okay. You know what's great about this week?
What?
Nami left the island.
Yeah, that's actually wild. No, Nami isn't even here. I think that my little guys are going to take up spot number 3 together as a whole group. And then I am going to put, and you can't say otherwise. Think about all the different things they do. Think about how they came up with the plan. They are the ones who are in all directions. They're the ones who are helping everyone. They're the ones who bring Robin and Bardo and everyone up the mountain, Rebecca up the mountain. Like everywhere you go, those little guys are together helping to move everything along. Like, in my opinion, they were brave, great kids.
And I also think we haven't seen a military force like this as one of our allies in the same way before. Like, they are a unified little military on our side. Like, the closest I can think of is like the galley law workers.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could see that. But you also see them when they're the little pink bees. They do kind of have almost a hive mind. They work together. This person says they work collectively. Yasmin says they're collective, and I would agree. And that's why I feel comfortable moving them in together as a group. Alabasta, kind of, yeah. Bardo is number 4.
Fair enough for Bart.
And number 5 is Robin.
Nicole Robin does it again.
Have I put her on here a lot?
No, I don't think so. I don't think she's actually been on that often.
Number 3 is the collective of the little tontata. Yeah.
Look, no. Frankie didn't make it this week, but guys, there was a lot of characters doing great things. I think there's an argument for Fujitora. There's an argument for Fujitora. There's an argument for fucking Doflamingo as a villain. There's a lot of characters you could argue have a place on this, and nobody could include all of them.
Oh my god, Cloudy Magpie. I did just go in order. That is the first time ever.
You've never gone in order.
I don't even know what to do with myself right now.
Sabo could have made it on too, for sure. There's
Sabo could have made it on.
Many.
Sabo, there's this arc, it's kicking me. Like I can't even believe how many good moments there are. But I gotta tell you, I just went in order. Now what? I put 4 on there. 4 was Bardo.
4 was Bardo. Bartolomeo.
I don't even know what to do.
This is insane.
Oh, sorry, guys. My brain isn't here today. I apologize, but I'll be brainy again next time.
Yeah. Dressrosa is not my favorite arc, but it is an arc that I love. Like, it's so good and dense with information. And I genuinely think that we've stumbled onto something where if you analyze the Venn diagram of Skypiea and Dressrosa, I think you can find hints about the series for sure.
I really think now. For guessing what would be the island and tiny people. Did I get last time? Did I get a star for the tiny people? I think I did.
You did. You did get a star, I'm
Once
pretty
it
sure.
comes out. Please go out of order next time, says Red Potato. I promise. I promise.
That was
I won't go
weird.
in order again. I'm sorry, everyone, that I ordered, but it's a big moment.
Man, I can't believe I had
We
to
can
buy
all
subs for
revel in it.
people, but Usopp is like the only other character I can see as a contender with Corazon.
Can you imagine if I was like, you know who's number one? Frankie. You would have been like, no.
My favorite arc is the final arc of the end of the next saga. Is it too long? Yes. I'll be taking no comments.
Okay.
Honestly, the other mega arc of the next saga is in my top 5 also. I love them so much. I love both of them.
Okay, well then I'm gonna have to get into my A game. Get it, A game. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh man. So I guess we say good. Well, I guess we read the next chapter, then we say goodbye, right?
Yeah.
It's the order usually.
We are doing chapters 600
Yeah, the next saga
or
is
768.
For saga.
Oh, really? Whoa.
We can't complain about things being too long. Exactly. We can just state it as a fact and then not complain about it.
I'm pretty excited then.
I love the next saga. It's peak One Piece for me.
Okay. I'm very excited. Here we go. Oh, least favorite character was Trouble because Trouble
we did
least
favorite. Yeah. And favorite minor character for you was Koala. Mine was Gyats.
Nice.
The announcer.
Nice. I could see that.
I think he's just fun.
Okay, here we go. Chapter 768. It starts with Cora standing there. Just let him go. He's free. And then it shows Law in the box. Cora! The moment I became free is the moment your hopes are fulfilled. And then he goes, Room! The moment I stop Doflamingo. What do you make of Monkey D. Luffy? Today, for the first time, I finally learned you were a celestial dragon. Sombre. Pop. He punches him in the face, puts in his things. What do you make of the D? And then it shows them fighting. Law stabs him. Doflamingo grabs the blade with his hand. He's bleeding down of it. None of this has anything to do with you. Are you trying to say that Straw Hat Luffy was guided by fate to come after one with the blood of God in his veins? Nonsense. In one area, the people of the D are known as the enemies of the gods. I'm a D too. Yeah, you are, baby. Yeah, you are. Doflamingo swipes at him. Swipe. A whole section of building goes away. New Palace Plateau. There are currently 3 major battles happening in our country. Shows the Pika statue. The Pika statue is ridiculous. Get ahead, Pika. Put out the flames! Are those pirates? No, they're town folks being controlled. Former Royal Plateau. How goes the battle, Viola? As for the final fight atop the palace, Straw Hat has been knocked to a lower floor, and Law is being overpowered by Doflamingo. The longer this continues, the greater the casualties. Smile Factory. Bring the riders under control and put out the fires, Usopp. How many officers are left, Viola? There's 1 officer guarding the factory, the free swimmer, Senor Pink. At the Pika statue is the supreme officer, the stone assimilation man, Pika. I don't think he's that great. At the flower hill on the 4th step is the hero of the Colosseum, the flagman Diamante. On the top floor of the palace, the current king of Dressrosa and stringman Doflamingo, and with him is the chief of staff, the mucus man Treble. Yeah, that's a better way to call him, the mucus man. On the third floor, the Rupture Man,
Oh,
Gladius, and his
apparently,
followers.
I need to sit with you and talk about double panels because apparently you're reading double pages like they're single pages and they're read differently.
Oh, I'm sure you can, but no, I'm fine.
Okay, well,
Um,
I'm gonna teach you how anyway someday.
on the second floor, 4 officers, Leo G and his Geofist martial arts, Dillinger, the fighter fish, fishman, hybrid. I never see him as being a fish. I never did. The full body
Uh,
weapon BB5.
he's
And
only
the
a quarter
super
fishman, I think, instead of half.
interesting. That makes sense. I like the shark on his hat. Mock Vice, the superweight man, makes 10 of the officers. It's a lot more than I expected, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. We didn't get rid of very many problems.
Got rid of a
Almost none.
couple. Oh, she's reading
Almost
it
none.
correctly, everybody says? Well, y'all are wrong, apparently. Whatever.
No, I read this one right, dude.
Oh, you read this one right. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Look,
what I
I'm
was
not
saying.
I'm drawing. I don't know. I'm just going off what chat says.
I looked at the way I read it, and then I was like, I don't think there was another way to read this. Smile Factory. But the participants in most of these battles are already severely wounded, which is a real upsetting moment apparently for all the girls who are in love with our disgusting pink
Senor.
dude. Signorora. Even a little cat is. Okay, that cat is adorable. The conclusion cannot be far off. These weak attacks of yours are putting me to sleep, says the cabbage. Prepare yourself, Gladius. Palace Plateau, third step. Go ahead, Miss Robin. Palace Plateau, fourth step. Why, you cocky. Army, Bandera. Huh? The ground is rippling, says Rebecca. Palace Interior. We're coming for you, Princess Mansari. Do they all talk with a
Yeah,
lisp?
they all the little tontatas do that.
I do love that I do love that Pink is protecting the cute little kitty cat. Is there more to him? Does he become good?
I wouldn't say good. He becomes complicated. I think
Okay.
he's a bad guy at the end of the day, but a bad guy who's a lot more sympathetic.
Okay. I'll allow that. Before the Palace Plateau, thank you so much. We're saved. Hooray! Head for safe ground, Sabo. If there is even such a thing here. Palace Plateau, second step.
Nuanced is the word.
And then you've got the king guy with his king punch there, ready to rock and roll. You can't hit me, says the terrible little boy in the high heels with the weird hat of awesomeness. Anton Weiss. What did you just say? Says Baby Five. However, if we don't defeat Don Flamingo, our fate within the birdcage will never change. We must put the fate of our land in the hands of pirates. So you're a D, a hidden name then. Are you trying to say it was fate that brought you here? What nonsense did Corazon fill your head with? You think being a D means you can stop me? That enemy's claptrap is a superstition, nothing more. Hey, Dofi, watch out. Your inside law's power range. Injection shot. He goes right into his tummy. Cora knew perfectly well that having a measly name wouldn't help you beat me. But that was the catalyst. Cora was too kind-hearted to pull that trigger that day. So I've come to do it for him. That is all. I'm going to read 769 too.
You're reading 2 chapters today?
Yeah. Here we go. He tummy shots. Stone Flamingo goes back. Don't! They stare at each other. Eyeballs, eyeballs. We see a moment where Law is a little boy with his little mask on. And then suddenly a whole piece at the top of the castle comes off because it's inside Law's little thing. And I'm not going to lie. You go inside Law's little operating room and that's the shit that happens to you. Whoa, the outer tower. It's flying right at us. Spider web. I was wondering if he was going to use a spider web. That makes me happy. Breaks it apart. Spider web holds it back. Pieces come off. Chambre. Scalpel. He jumps up. Puts his fingers into Law. Quit repeating your attacks. You know that aren't going to work. Why? You're turning into one of those impetuous fools who think they can get away on guts and intensity alone. He grabs his wrist. If you truly wanted to kill me, you would have seen out your plan to pit Kaido against me. There are plenty of ways to get rid of someone you can't match on your own, but you let your feelings for Corazon override it all. The instant you decided you just had to get back at me personally was the instant your death was inevitable. Do you remember the message he tried to send? This little tube can save a place called Dressrosa. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll take it from here. Corazon was trying to save Dressrosa. If you hadn't screwed up on that snowy day, these countless tragedies might never have occurred. Even you consider them to be tragedies. Very calm, very clever of you. Yes, it's a good point. Regardless of what was in that message, I would have changed my plans and seized the thrones of the kingdom anyways. Everything Corazon spent his life achieving was wasted in the end. That's for me to decide, says law. Everything I do until the moment I die represents what Cora achieved. We brings a tear to my eye. That's right. All these tragedies and failures and happenstance are reality and nothing else. Plus, the fact that you ate the op fruit, the fact that you ran away, the fact that you lashed back at me in Punk Hazard, and the fact that you are here now, he wraps him up. Got him good, hey? String saw, string saw. Oh my god, his arm's off. Law's on the ground. He's bleeding everywhere. His arm is literally beside him. That is horrifying. Holy shit.
Hey, more iconic panels.
Even the fact that you were influenced by the other D to challenge me directly is reality now. It happened. So I forgive you for it, the same way I forgave my father and brother with death. Damn it. It's just not an execution unless you use hot lead. Jet, Gatling. In comes somebody named Luffy. Something flew up from below. It's the Dofi double. Mingo, get out of here. The Dofi double got torn into bits. There's pieces of Dofi's double, heads, everything, everywhere. I was supposed the cage was a bit too small to keep that one locked inside. Then we see Luffy from below. Stop Bellamy. I can't. Hey, Mingo, stop Bellamy. He's gonna die. What? You're still alive, Bellamy? Very, Mal. And Bellamy falls to the ground. You've done enough, Bellamy. I'm setting you free. Just like you have been. And then it shows Bellamy on the ground. Where are you from? He's thinking of his past. We're all from Nordis. That's a rich city. What's your problem then? I hate that boring, stuffy old town. But the Don Quixote family is the pride of the North Blue. I want to be a legit pirate crew just like you guys. We ain't like those other pirates with dreams in their heads. I'm lending you the use of our symbol. However, if you lose to anyone, you're giving it back to me. Damn, hardcore. I have no use for weak underlings. No problem. I won't lose to anyone. Hey, Bellamy, says Luffy in the present. Are you okay? Well, I guess not. Back in the age of a pirate's pipe dream is over. Then it shows Luffy punching him into the ground. Bellamy tries to push himself up in the present, into the past. I don't hold anything against you, he says to Lucy. You've changed, Bellamy, said Lucy. Back into the present. Hey, don't push it. Stay down, man. Back into the past. Joker wants me to kill the Straw Hat. You get another chance. You're a lucky sap, Bellamy. Well, it figures that you'll screw up an assassination. Plus, you're a waste of space, so I'm here to finish you off. Back into the present. Whoa, there's another huge rumble, says Luffy. Must I spell this out for you, Bellamy? Says Doph. You and I have different names in the world, and we always have. I can't do that. We're friends, says Luffy in the past. Hang on, Bellamy. I need you to wait here, says Luffy. I'm worried about Traffy, plus Mingo and Snotty are up there with him, and he's in danger if I don't go. I love that he calls him snotty. Don't worry. I'll sock Mingo a good one for you, too. Wait. Do you remember this move? Says Bellamy. He turns himself into a giant spring. Spring Hopper! You've gotten stronger, but so have I. The destructive power of this move is far greater than it was before. Hey, come on. You're going to get yourself killed rocketing around like that. Shut up! Stop feeling concerned for your enemy. I understand that I chose the wrong man to idolize, and how pitiful that makes me. I don't want to be pathetic enough to lash out at a man I chose to follow just because his answer wasn't what I wanted to hear. If I'm going to be an idiot, I've got to see that choice through the end. This is my final battle, Straw Hat. So indulge me. Damn. Brutal.
Yep.
Brutal.
It's so sad.
So sad for him. I'm also so sad for us.
Yeah, why is that?
Because I really want Bellamy to get to live a little bit of a happy life and to have a redemption arc.
And Luffy usually doesn't kill people when he punches them.
People, aren't you bored of me reading?
You already got 2.
Aren't you like, no, mama, no more reading?
If
It's
you want
boring.
Monodrock's reaction to stuff, join the Patreon, because we're going to be watching the best movie pre-Oda, according to everybody. The only one I've heard people say is better than some of the Oda movies, movie 6, made by a legendary anime director, and which is scary as hell, and which I've never seen.
Listen to me. I looked at it. It's pretty short. I can read one more chapter if you're willing.
Yeah,
but that's it.
Baron Amatsuri,
One more
we are
chapter.
watching. All right, the last thing. This is the last thing, and then I've got to go because I have family visiting and I got to be present.
This is 770. The Spear of Elbath. I got to go back and look at these panels because we have the solitary journey of Jinbei. Knight of the Sea discovers a huge mound of offerings under the water. Did you know? All right, here we go. Stop it, Bellamy. Mingo betrayed you, screams Luffy. There's no reason for me to fight you. It's fine with me either way. Just stand there. Bellamy springs out. If you really think, smash, she smashes into Luffy. My determination's still that shallow. Luffy gets punched right in the gut. Boom, boom. Luffy has pretty strong muscles in there, though. Good try. Pika statue. And we see our Zoro. Damn, no foothold. Boom! Down comes Pika. Just firepowering all over the way. Sir Pika! Plateau, Palace Plateau, second step. Shows Pika standing in the middle with our 3-sword fighter. Ah, it's Pirate Hunter Zoro. Take him down. This stone doesn't know when to give in. Okay, here's my version of Pika's voice. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You're a truly fool if you think knowing power gives you a chance. What do you think?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Wait, whoa! Commodore Dignity, attention! Says Zoro. No, stop. Commodore, please, no. Why are we standing in a line? Killer bowling! And then it shows people getting bowled over. Ah, Zoro's running. Nice one, thanks. You're from the Colosseum, right? I am. Orlumbus. If we were at sea, I would marshal the forces of my Yanta Maria fleet to come to your aid. Alas, I'm undermanned here. You must handle the stone monster yourself. I'm on it. Getting sick of that guy raising hell. He runs off back towards Pika. Uh-oh, Pika. It's not looking good for you. He's got his serious Zoro face on now. There's a face on the wall. Ah, sir, Pika's taken over this plateau. Pika's eyes open up. Pika, 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 la la. Now there's no escape from any attack. What the hell was that laugh? Pika's eyes go up and get mad. Do you have a problem with my laugh? I'm just surprised because it sounded so stupid. Oh, You're the stupid one, Pirate Hunter. Quit making Sir Pika angry. Charleston. I like that you're huge. The bigger they are, the better they slice. Hang on, Pika. Remember, we're fighting down here, too. Destruction cannon! Ah! Says the silly boy. Eyes over here, shrimp. It's because we're enemies. Ha ha. And now Baby 5. Why don't you just come out and say it? What are you talking about? Don't pretend I don't know. And then it shows the back. My blade shall seek out your heart. You said I want your heart. I can't break my grip, and I'll never let you go. Can you follow me at this speed? And will you follow me? Look, if you really want me that badly, then I don't care who I work for. Okay, that is weird. What is going on with Baby 5 and that dude? Just say it. You need me, don't you? And then she blushes. Why is he making all the girls such weird flutterfoots?
You know, why not?
That's a good foothold. Already getting the Heritage Giants down. So who's next? That's Roronoa Zoro. Even the warrior of Elbaf is helpless against Sir Matchvice. It is my dream to be king of all the giants. Instead, I lose the match, I get turned into a toy, and when I am saved, I cannot even repay my gratitude. It's pathetic. I sought to repay my debt, though, even if it killed me. So how can I still be alive after failing? Is that all my gratitude amounted to? Here I come, Roronoa. Destructive 1,000-ton vice. Is that? My apologies. Let me handle him, says the giant. Urged in. Come on, fella. I thought I already had you down. Then I just gotta get even heavier. Hellish 10,000-ton vice. Down he drops. I hope you still got some bones left to break. Dead men serve no purpose, but one arm left should be enough to take down an enemy leader. Taste the last of my life, says the giant. Gunger! And then he does an upward punch towards the stupid heavy dude's face. Let him fly to the kingdom of the gods. It ain't gonna work. This is 10,000 tons. Crush, Harjun. And he comes down into him. This is a
That's
weird
Haruden,
panel.
by the way, just so you know.
Thank you. Then he punches him up. Whoop! Sir Vice, watch out above. He's going to hit the top of the bird cage. Stop, Sir Vice. He'll be sliced into bits. He keeps going up. But of course, you can't escape. You're no bird. Sleep tight, and when you wake, the cage will be gone, says Roronoa Zoro. Zoro is amazing. The glory of Elbaf was kind of cool, too. That one was weird. I have to go back and read that weird little section with the chick getting all strange. Just say it, you love me. Ugh, bleh, bleh.
All right. I think we are ready to say goodbye.
I'm ready to say goodbye. What the hell?
Everybody.
What did you just draw?
I'm still working on Weapon Fruit Luffy.
Love it.
Yeah. We can go back to this to say goodbye. Everybody, thank you so much for being here.
Once again, we had the mostest fun ever.
I love this. I'm so excited to be in Dressrosa. It's so cool to be talking about this part that I've thought so much about because I read it slowly, week by week by week. Like, this was like in publication for almost 3 years. So this was almost 3 years. This was the arc I was thinking about.
Are you kidding me? This was 3 years long. Oh my God, this is going to kill me when we're week to week.
Oh yeah, no, it's there's good to it, but it is difficult at points.
Oh.
But I am so excited. You are over 2/3 of the way. You're over 2/3 of the way through the series.
Oh my God. I'm so amazed. I can't believe that I'm 70% of the way through this.
You made it so far.
But when I'm caught up, then I'm going to be a person who's like this. No.
It's hard at first, but being part of the community and getting to chat with everybody and come up with theories on chapters every week is honestly a lot of fun.
Okay, that's gonna be fun. I am looking forward to that.
Who can we raid? Thank you guys. Everybody,
Thank you so much,
for being
everyone.
here. Mama will be at Reverie. Hopefully I can come too.
No, you should be at Reverie.
Let's
Well,
do
let's
Axial
hope if
Matt
I'm
again.
going to
He's
Reverie,
a nice
I'm willing to go to Reverie if my brain is on a working day.
guy. Okay, hopefully. Everybody,
Okay, when am I reading to next?
what are you reading to next? The final chapter of Dressrosa, chapter 700. The 800, sorry. The easiest one to remember, because this ends... Actually, I think it might be 799. I'm going to double check, but if you read 800, that's not like a huge issue.
Chapter 800. 801.
Not 801. Dressrosa arc is... Oh, it is 801, exactly. Never mind, it's 102 chapters. It is 801. I remembered it being 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are reading to 801. You were exactly correct. I'm excited for it. Okay. Everybody, I'm sending you to Axial Matt. He's playing Princess Peach Showtime, which I've heard good things about, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm out of the loop and I didn't actually hear it. I'm pretty sure I heard friends talking about it the other day. Y'all, I hope you have a good one. I hope you enjoy what the world has to offer. Be nice when you're sent on a raid.
Squish on, squishies.
I forgot. Yeah, squish on squishies. And until next time, it's been lovely talking to you. Bye. Now we gotta actually wait the countdown, because it does take 10 seconds.
And now we wait.
Guys, we can't do this without you. We are so grateful. This is so much fun.
The countdown of awesome.
And now, goodbye.
We got switched over into the room.
Normally I would debrief for longer, but I gotta go because I gotta be there with the family while they're here.
Yeah, you do. I love you. Sorry I read so many chapters.
Well, it's okay. Goodbye for now, and I'm excited to finish Dressrosa next time.
Yeah, me too. I love you. Bye.